is how we should proceed. Okay, so option number one, we could apply for the DOLA grant again this year, and it would be applying for $58,134. The award now won't be determined until May. They've already delayed it once this year. It originally was supposed to be April. So we can contract with Clarion. We could possibly start public engagement by fall if we wait for the DOLA award. There's no guarantee that DOLA is going to fund comp plans this year. COVID is still very active, and I think fire hazard is still a large concern. So this is an option with a lot of unknowns. Going down to number two, we could renegotiate with Clarion this $80,000 project based on our budget. We could consider deleting transportation. We could have staff take on responsibilities. There would be staff being responsible and the volunteers for public engagement. Also possibly writing the comp plan in-house. I do believe that based on what we'll get to later, this would be a really large burden on staff. I don't think our volunteers, myself included, or the majority of the PCDC has a tremendous amount of experience in this area of researching public engagement and writing a comprehensive plan. Also, we don't know if Clarion at this point would even consider taking on a project for $80,000 at this point. Option number three is we do not take up the valuable time applying for a DOLA grant, and that the Board of Trustees increases the budget for $116,268. However, what I would like to propose is that be split into 2020, 2021, and 2022. So what this would allow is $58,134 in 2021, $58,134 in 2022. We would be able to begin working with Clarion right now, keeping the integrity of the project as we have planned, and by keeping transportation into the budget as well. The one really great positive about this actually would that it would add approximately $22,000 to your bottom line this year, because of the fact that we're taking that $80,000 and splitting it in half, or excuse me, the 116 splitting it in half between the 2 years. But you would need to commit for sure next year $58,000. Clarion and Paul had spoken about this option before he left, and they were interested in doing this. They would be open to splitting out the responsibilities as well as the budget between the 2 years. So we can explore that. One other thought on this is it could also give us the opportunity this summer to do more in-person public engagement. We can start online, but I think with the warmer weather, people are more comfortable wearing a mask. We might be able to do some in-person public engagement that follows up what we start in online, and we could be starting that as early as March. And maybe with the vaccines, we'll have some good success stories by then, and the comfortableness of being able to really having in-person engagement, I think, with the community will be tremendous. But that would require us really being able to getting started sooner than later. And that is also, I'm just going to speak for myself. That's my personal preference, is option number three. But let's continue with some other ones. Number four, we can delay the entire comp plan process for 2022. Clarion may not be available. They may no longer want the project. And we do risk having to start over with a new consultant. Option number five, which has been discussed quite a bit within the PCDC, is starting a rolling plan, where you have your comprehensive plan, and then every 2 years you take sections of that plan and you work it. So then over a 10-year period, you have created your plan, and then you go back to the beginning, you work on what you did 8 years ago. So that's a really interesting option that we would actually, I think, would be interested in. However, the problem is right now, typically what you do is you start with a working plan that's a completed one. If we were to do a rolling plan at this point, we are going to be working on a plan that's already 10 years old. And then trying to decide which priority would be our first one to work on in a 2-year period, what section is going to be the most important. So in our current plan, I don't think represents who we are today as we were 10 years ago in terms of our priorities. So it's a great idea. I'm not sure that it works very well right now. I would want us to seek expert advice from Clarion on how to approach this, how to prioritize the process, and then we would also have to reconsider what that would look like from a new budget standpoint. Then there's option 6. We look for another consultant and see if we can find one for less money. It's a time-consuming process, and it would delay the comp plan being maybe to the end of this year start, or really it's not starting until next year. We do believe that Clarion is the best consultant that we went through, and we had 13 applicants. So they really came out on top. And they have a lot of experience with Lyons, or small towns like Lyons, and they've worked extensively with Longmont and surrounding areas. So they know us actually very well. Okay, so those are our 6 opportunities to consider. What we need is some direction. Yanni and I are going to kind of be the main contacts with Clarion, but we really do need to be able to take your advice to them to know how to best proceed and really get an idea of what that process is. And then we can, report that back to you.
Jocelyn, maybe before we ask for just, feedback from the Board of Trustees, just people, raising their hand and asking questions. Mm-hmm. David Hamrick has also been working with Jocelyn on the subcommittee. David, was there any additional commentary you would like to make?
I think Jocelyn did a good job covering it. I think the last 3 options, 4, 5, and 6, the page we're looking at, I'm not a fan of those. I think we went through a lot of due diligence going from the 13 down to the 3 shortlisted, and I think Clarion's the best. So I think we should focus on that and not be looking for another consultant. I think the rolling plan to me is out of question until we get a good baseline, which means starting anew with a plan. So personally, I think we need to wrestle through. It's a time versus money discussion here.
Mm-hmm.
Would any other PCDC commissioners like to add any more viewpoint on this? And then I'll finish it up. I don't know if I can see people raising their hands, so just go ahead and speak up. I know, Peter, I saw you on, or John. Okay, let me just add a little bit more commentary. Our current comp plan is about 10 or 11 years old. We have to go way back to figure out, how it was written and how we did it. And our current comp plan is actually, I think, a very good comp plan. So we had to go back to and talk a little bit to Jeff. Oh, Jocelyn, what's Jeff's last name? Jeff Connolly? Jeff?
Are you talking about the person that?
Yeah, the PCDC chairman. Yeah.
Oh.
No, the PCDC chairman.
Oh, Jeff Cornell.
Jeff Cornell.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jeff Cornell actually did an excellent job on that. But that's going back 11, 12 years. And he had to put a lot of personal effort into it. About 4 or 5 years ago, we did do an exercise similar to this, a little bit smaller in nature. We wrote the LPPA, or what's called the 3 Mile Plan. And just like that, we got a grant and we brought in a company. I forget the name of it. I'm thinking it's something like Kerningham and Ritchie or something. Mark, you might remember. I don't know. But overall, even though it's a serviceable 3 Mile Plan, it wasn't a particularly positive experience. And I don't think we ended up with a particularly good document. The PCDC has talked about this a lot. Our 3 main documents are the comp plan, the LPPA, and the flood recovery plan. And if we had to rank them, our LPPA is probably the weakest of the documents. It's too wordy. We buried the lead inside the chapters. It's vague, a lot of passive language. I mean, it serves us. We understand, how we can make decisions on annexations, which is the purpose of the document, but it's still not a particularly strong document. One of the things that we did with Clarion is when we went through and we looked at the Manitou Springs, because they assisted Manitou Springs, it was a really well-written document. It was very, very precise, very to the point, not a lot of baloney in there, not a lot of what we call the blah, blah, blahs that Cunningham and Ritchie did on us. We were really pleased with the documents that they wrote. So I'm going to make a commentary. We don't want to lose Clarion. And we don't want to go to a second tier consultant here. Because we just don't want to go back through the LPPA again. So, all of that in consideration, the one other thing that we've discussed quite a bit is how much of this do we want to do while the pandemic is still in progress? How well can you do the public forums through Zoom meetings has been a question. It could be positive, it could not, we just don't know. Do we wait until the pandemic is over? Will it just people have clearer heads when that happens? So these are all questions. So we would love your input on that. So I'm going to stop here. Please, any questions, any thoughts? We would love to hear them.
Any questions for the commissioners? Trustee Rogan.
Thanks. Excuse me. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, good evening, everybody. And thank you, PCDC, for putting this together, for calling this meeting, and for all the work that you do. I know when I joined the PCDC, I think it was 3 years ago or so, we were talking about getting the comp plan going. So I'm really happy to see that we've come this far, and I know how much work it is and what a bummer it is to have a wrench thrown in the works. So I agree that I think it's way better to have a top tier consultant doing this. I 100% agree. You get what you pay for when it comes to things like this. And so I'm leaning toward option 3 as well that was presented. The question that I have is, when Clarion presented their proposal, did they do it in kind of like a Chinese menu approach where you could pick and choose what you wanted to include with price points attached? And is there any room for negotiation in those prices?
Yes, and I might rely on Yanni to help me with this, but they did actually. It's a pretty extensive spreadsheet where really what they did primarily was breaking out their hours between consultants on the various different topics. And so while I do think that you could break it apart, it really became, I think Paul had done already a significant amount of negotiation to get us to the 116 with transportation. I believe without transportation, we have a number of about $90,000. And I'm giving you a rounded number off the top of my head. I don't have it in front of me. So we can tell from an hourly standpoint that they would put in X amount of hours, say on this particular element, and what they anticipate that cost, which is how they got to their bottom line number. So we could go about that, but overall, I think, their bottom line number came in at 99,000. without the transportation. With transportation, their bottom line was 116. I believe, and Yanni, do you remember, I think their initial proposal started at around 125. So does that sound about right?
It was even higher than that.
Or even higher?
Paul negotiated them down quite a lot, and based on later conversations with Darcy White, the principal from Clarion who would be working with us, they're pretty bare bones right now. Is it useful for me to share the budget with the line items that you mentioned, Commissioner Farrell, at this point?
Well, I would actually ask if the board would like to see that specifically.
I would.
Okay.
Okay, I will pull that up right now. Are you seeing a spreadsheet titled preliminary cost estimate?
Yep.
Okay. And is it large enough that you can read it?
No.
No. Okay. One second. Probably a bit too big. I think that might be as good as I can get it, but I can scroll through it if you'd like. So this top part is just the individuals from each of the Clarion, the main consultant group, their partner group, Brundle Group, and the transportation consultant. So I'm going to scroll past that and their billable rates so you can see all of the items themselves.
Now, one of the persons that was coming in from the Brindle Group that it has left. So their hourly rate would potentially change this. And we haven't had a chance to speak with Darcy yet, about how they planned to staff. And if remind me, Yanni, I think it was it Heller was the pot, or no, it was, I think it was, I can't see the top.
Her name is Erica Heller.
Heller. So I believe that particular hourly rate will be different. I don't know at this point if they are replacing her with somebody who is as comparable, or if there's the opportunity for us to negotiate a price difference based on what her expertise was going to be.
Is there an expectation currently of when phase one was going to start if we had gotten the funding? Was that going to start like this week or?
We were planning to start it, yes, very much early January. What they really wanted to do is to start evaluating all of our documentations, talking with the PCDC, and then they were going to go out to, say, the different commissions, talk with staff, talk with the Board of Trustees, and start the interview process from the standpoint of collecting information, and then building an online component to start the surveys. And so we were thinking that the surveys would get us through sometime around March, April, beginning of May. And then we could do where they come up with their evaluation and assessments. And then we could do follow-up surveys, additional interviews, and more public engagement, hopefully this summer.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. Have you talked to Clarion about splitting the work up between the 2 years? And are they amenable to that?
So Paul did speak to them before he left about that. And yes, they actually are very open to that plan and idea. We did not, though, get to take the conversation further to really identify and outline what that plan would look like. So with your direction, we could go there easily.
Could you also discuss with them whether they could do for example, a not to exceed 80,000 in 2021 type of a deal, and then we wouldn't be on the hook for the we'd only be on the hook for what, 36 the following year? That's a consideration if they could work that way. I just don't know how their work is broken up.
Yeah, I think we would certainly make that a strong contingency. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and Trustee Lowe, that brings up a good question. Do they bill actuals or do they bill by project?
I don't know, so I'm going to write that down.
Okay.
I don't think it, I think it, my guess would be, and it was with the LPPA, it was not time and materials. It wasn't by hours, it was by project. However, we had to really start kicking them in the end, as Mark knows, to get it past the final gate. But these guys are really good. I mean, you really work for them. You know, they really tell you what to do, and they make sure it gets done.
One other potential, I'm getting a feedback. Do you all be okay? Okay, I'll just listen to myself talk back to me. I believe that it was in December in our PCDC meeting, Trustee Wall, you had actually considered or proposed the idea that we might be able to apply for the DOLA grant in 2022 for 50% of the 58,000. So let's just round, for $29,000, we could apply for a DOLA grant for the 2022 portion. Won't be a guarantee, but it certainly is a possibility for us to find a way to save money under the new year, new budget.
I have a question. The transportation plan, if I remember right, that's something that the board may have referred to the PCDC and asked if they could add it onto the comp plan, but I confess I don't recall what the details of the transportation plan were envisioned to be. And if what you said is right, and that's about $26,000, that is one option to split that out and have it done at a different time, if the consultants are willing to do it.
So I think, yeah, and David, actually, you might be able to speak really well to this. Why don't you go ahead?
No, actually, I was going to respond to Trustee Lowell's comment. So,
Go ahead.
But I do think, speaking of transportation, I think we had discussed this, and I think really this is a comprehensive plan, and we need to keep it comprehensive. And if we start pulling out different functional areas, it may not be the product we want. So I think, anyway, so that's just my opinion. And I was going to just respond to Trustee Lowell's comment. I'm looking at the budget that Clarion gave us. There's 4 phases. The 4th phase is draft plan and adoption. So that's really the output side of it. They budget, and I think this is fixed price, but we need to confirm that. But it was $32K. So if we back $32K out of 116, we're at $84K. That's pretty darn close to this year's budget. So the point is, I think we could get through the first 3 phases, which is really the input, the data gathering from the public, get pretty darn close to having the heavy lifting done this year. And then next year could be spend some money on the output side of it. So just a thought, but it seems like that ties in pretty closely budget-wise, that we could pull that off.
I was just going to say, oh, sorry. No.
Well, I was just going to go and address the element from the price of the transportation piece. If we pull that out, if I remember correctly, and of course we can go back and verify this very specifically for you from a dollars and cents standpoint, but it was about a $17,000 price tag to keep transportation in here. If we take that out and decide to do transportation at a later date, we're probably looking at a closer to $50,000 to conduct that piece alone. So I think having it being comprehensive with this particular time and opportunity, we will actually be saving quite a bit of money. I'm sorry, Debbie, would you like to say something more?
I forgot my comment. So yeah.
Oh, my apologies.
Trustee,
I concur with Trustee Rogan. I think option number 3 is the most attractive of these as far as I'm concerned.
Trustee Waugh?
Yeah, I have a couple things to say. So first of all, thanks to the PCDC for this presentation and all the options. And Greg, or Commissioner Edding, I really appreciate your overview of some of the other documents that have occurred since the comprehensive plan. I think that's a good background. I think we throw those documents around in terms of their quality as being equal or equals, parts of the comp plan, and I really don't think they are. And then I was going to point out as well that phase 4 is pretty much our shortfall. I think that I think we have an opportunity here without getting this funding. I think, definitely it makes sense to spend the $80,000 we have budgeted and get what we can in 2021. I would like to propose that for 2022, and we start looking at potential options to create the rolling comp plan option. I think that we've seen historically, and the reason that we're in the situation we're in now is because it's a big ticket item. It costs several $100,000, or $100,000 plus untold number of volunteer and staff hours and so forth. So what I would like to propose is that we perhaps look at this as not a clean slate, but maybe an opportunity to grow the engagement in 2022 to really create the foundation, or in some hybrid in 2021 and 2022 to create the foundation for a rolling comp plan. I think for a lot of reasons, a big, expensive, every decade written comp plan. I mean, we've had 3 major world events, once in a lifetime type world events in the last 15 years. So I think it just makes more sense for new residents, new boards to be able to influence, because it's not just update one section of the comp plan in a rolling, it's focus on one section and then understand and see the linkages and the connections between those other components of the plan. So, as Commissioner Farrell said, I'm in big support of let's go get a grant in 2022 and spend another $80,000 and get a comp plan and get the foundation for a rolling, ongoing comprehensive plan process that we can be proud of and not have to choose between huge $100,000 options every decade, because it's a really easy item to push 1 or 2 years down the road. So, that's my feeling. I think it's, it's option 3 and options 5 combined. And, I think that we've been talking about it. There seems to be hesitancy from, I haven't heard anybody say that it's a great idea to have a plan, but I'm a big proponent, and I think just fiscally it makes the most sense for the town of Lyons. So that's my input, and that would be my direction. Get what we can with the 80 grand and then plan for 2022 for a solid foundation.
Trustee Caravas, do you have anything to add?
I just want to add what Dave was saying about, I think it was, we had Commissioner Hamrick, yeah. He's right that, I'm actually one of the few people, I've actually was a transportation planner for 10 years. And I could actually write the entire part of the transportation plan, but I'm not going to volunteer to do that. But because it is actually a big task, and it shouldn't be done by one person alone. Shouldn't even be done by the commission, just to be honest with you. But, and I've done lots of these, at least the transportation element. But what Dave was saying was actually, it was common when I was in the private sector sometimes, because you're dealing with flows of the cities, that sometimes you hold on to the final plan, you keep it in draft for a while you wait for the town to get the money to pay you the final. And so there is flexibility there, but it is hard on the project when you like what a town is experiencing, like they didn't get the grant they were expecting, so it delays everything on a project. I'm not sure if I'm offering much of anything here, but I was saying, but if you can proceed with the parts that you want to proceed, I guess for me, I mean, I was kind of surprised that the Town Alliance didn't have a transportation element before, but I think the main reason is because it is such a small town. It's almost all the streets are local, and then you have the major State Highway 66 going through town, and State Highway 7 splitting and with 36 going up the canyons. But I think, but it is, our major connection to other towns in the region, and certainly affects our commerce and our businesses and raising sales tax. Trying to attract sales tax revenues. So I don't really want us to go without that transportation element. I think a big, and especially with the way people shop and do things these days, it's changed. I'd really like to hear, honestly, since I was in the business 11 years ago now, I'd like to see their opinion about what they think about the way transportation's changed, the things that I haven't been involved in. And Clarion, by the way, Clarion is a very well-known and consultant. So I'm not sure if I'm offering much of anything, but but like what Dave Hamrick was saying is that there is some, it isn't there. Clarion might be able to work with you, especially in this situation that we're in with the pandemic, that all businesses are suffering, even consulting businesses. And so they might be willing to work with you to help. I'm not sure how much, because I can't tell about their flexibility, what they have going on, but but you might be able to delay some of it, or at least the completion of it, until they can, until we can make full payment, is what I'm saying. But that's, anyways. So.
Trustee Caravas.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you for everything, PCDC, for what you did and put this together. And as I say, rolling with all the changes that everyone else has been rolling through. Kenyon pretty much stated kind of along the lines I was looking at with the rolling part of it, because as a town, I know, Commissioner, you indicated you didn't like the LPPA, and a lot of people didn't. We got some information in there, but we've got the other studies we've done since the last comp plan. We've got a CDOT road study. We have a rain and stormwater study. We have multiple utility rate studies done in the last 4 years. A wastewater treatment plant engineering study we just did again this past year. Hotel study, parking study, a road status study. So basically, we already are on the road, it looks like, to a rolling comp plan. We do these studies periodically, and we spend probably well over $300,000 on all these studies, if not more. And we're doing another comp plan. So I would like to see us, as Kenyon stated, an option 3 and option 5 are looking more responsible to me. Going over the $80,000 we budgeted for it, trying to find money in 2022's budget. If you look at the budget this board just approved at the end of 2021, what extra monies we have there isn't very much there to do anything with. We have 1.75 mils left in the 5 we're allowed without raising or going to a vote of the people with taxes. We have on our agenda tonight 2 major TIP projects that the 2 previous boards have been working very hard with and working with staff, and Administrator Simonson and her staff, with changing our priorities on, and they just came available, which is Broadway Avenue improvements and the connecting trail with Connell to Highway 36, of which we'll have to fund out of our general fund additional monies, which if you look at our budget we just approved, we really don't have that much. If everything goes perfect in 2021, of money's left. Like I said, we got 1.75 mils, so I'm very concerned about going much over $80,000. And a question I've asked Chair Arding a multitude of times to your board, to the previous board and mayor, and to several mayor pro tems is, for this $80,000, what are we getting? Are we getting a 20-page document, a 200-page document, a 1,500-page document for our comp plan? I've yet to get an answer to that. Is what are we asking for? How in-depth are we asking? How large are we asking? Because I just read a brief list of studies that we've already done in the last 3.5 years, and we'll probably be doing a couple more here through the UEB. That's kind of what I've got to say where I'm at this point.
Could I address that?
Yes, please.
So like I was saying, the PCDC works with 3 major documents, the comp plan, the recovery plan, and the LPPA. And what we've learned is you don't measure the value of the plans by their length. You measure them by how well they help you make decisions when you get to development reviews and annexations and everything. So the question of the length is just not a metric I would put on it. And if I look at some of the comp plans that I admire, like Manitou Springs, it wasn't particularly a very long comp plan. Whereas we looked at Crested Butte and it was worse than War and Peace. It was terrible. Nobody would read it, right? So you really want to measure these on how well they help you make decisions, and do they in fact represent the input of the public? I think what you really get out of these groups like Clarion is not, of course it's the end document, but what they really do is they're the ones that chair the public meetings. They're the one that extracts the information from the public of what the town really wants ultimately to do with the town. That's what you're paying them for. Now, I mean, the second half, of course, is how well you can put that on paper. And this is where we didn't do well on the LPPA. We extracted information, I think, fairly well. They held 10 public forums. People spoke their minds. We got all that information, but then when we put it on paper, it's not the best document. It's serviceable, it's okay, but it was simply not as precise and as efficient as we wanted. So I don't know if I can answer the question better than that as far as what do you get out of this, because $100,000 is a lot of money. I fully understand that. But I think what you really get out of that is their ability to extract from the people the will of the town. Is there any other commissioner that would like to answer that question perhaps in a better, more coherent way? Yeah, Barney.
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily more coherent, but I do like the notion of defining deliverables for the consultant, or the consultant can help define for us what their deliverables are so that we can determine them to be acceptable. Based on the earlier conversation, it may make sense that one of the deliverables is a schedule of how to sequence the studies that we have generally done sort of ad hoc, but sequence them over the 10 years so that it serves the purpose of building the foundation for the next complete comp plan. And I think just roll back to transportation. As a practical matter, we're probably going to have a fair amount of focus on the Eastern Corridor in this comp plan. Not exclusively, certainly, but a fair amount of emphasis. And I think that will drive a lot of need for understanding transportation implications, both for the way the access exists in the Eastern Corridor, the connectivity between the Eastern Corridor and the town, and also the pass-through traffic for the town. So I think it becomes an important element from the beginning moving forward.
Have we appropriated any funds to Clarion yet?
No.
And what I would like to see is Clarion's schedule, because I recollect one of the commissioners saying that we could perhaps wait for the final plan and the adoption process. So if we know the schedule of Clarion's schedule in regard to the comp plan, we could delay the draft and the adoption till 2022 and budget for it. And if we do get DOLA grants, basically it'll be a bonus, but we'll know that we can complete the plan.
Trustee Rogan?
Thanks. Mayor Angela, I agree with you, and Trustee Wah, I agree 100% about the rolling comp plan. I think combining those two options is a great idea. I wonder, somebody brought up the pandemic and should we wait until the pandemic is over to begin this? And that made me wonder how we don't know how much this pandemic is going to change the way we live and the way we want to live in the future and what the future is going to look like. So I wonder if that's something that we should consider a little bit more carefully. I also think that in terms of the output, it would be, and I bet Clarion does this, throughout the process, we would get regular updates in terms of the data they've collected. I can't imagine they would start this process and then we wouldn't see any data until we get the final report or the draft of the report. So, so just for everybody's peace of mind, I imagine like when they finish doing the public engagement process, they'll do a report out on that so that we can track with them throughout the entire process.
Yeah, I think any discussion on the pandemic and what we should do with that, because we're really, that's a tough decision to make. Do we start this in the spring or do we start this in the fall? And maybe we don't have to wear masks. It's a tough decision. And boy, any other insight? Trustee Miller, any other insight would be so good.
My personal opinion about the pandemic is that we're not going to get a whole lot of feedback on the Zoom meetings for this. In the past, holding the public meetings, there's been some that have been really well attended and others that have not, just with like affordable housing and that sort of thing. The LPPA stuff. I also know how the Zoom meetings have been attended, and they're only really attended if there's a controversial topic that's on the agenda. So I think that it's going to be really, really difficult to engage people properly, or the way that we need to with Zoom meetings. I do think that if we could wait till the summer and do some stuff, outside after like May, when there's been more people vaccinated and people can be outside more and feel better, with wearing masks or not wearing masks outside and socially distance. I think we're going to have better response from the public. And when it comes to these documents, the public is that's the whole thing, right? I mean, we need their engagement. If we don't get their engagement, then it's a waste of money. So to get the people to really engage in this is obviously key. So that's my opinion, for what it's worth.
David?
I just wanted to respond to Trustee Miller's comments. Yes, we had that exact concern as we went through. We shortlisted to 3 vendors, Clarion, Ayers, and Cushing, and we asked all 3 of those, how would you do this during this time of COVID and pandemic? I mean, because that was a huge concern. And the 3 of them universally responded, and Jocelyn, jump in here if you want, but they felt like they got better feedback through the pandemic, because typically in the public forums, you get the squeaky wheels that show up. In this case, they're actually able to do broad brush surveys, and they have different tools. It's not just Zoom. I agree with Zoom. It's just kind of a one-way dialogue. But anyway, so all 3 of them felt very positive And I don't feel like it was just a sales pitch on their part. They really felt like they got good input, good community input through the pandemic. So.
If I may speak to this, unless there's some additional feedback, I think what I'm hearing is that we could go to Clarion. We could talk to them about if there's a way to combine options 3 and options 5. So considering how to split this apart in 2 years, so 2021 and 2022, and then how do we look at this as a rolling plan opportunity? Is there a way to approach this slightly different, and then determine how would we budget according to that? And then we can come back to you and say it's $80,000 this year, or we should then expect for X in the future, or could we split it 75, 25, or however opportunities that they might be able to give us, and then give us some really valuable suggestions. I do believe that they will be able to provide us some really great feedback and direction as to what they're seeing and have had as successes. Am I summarizing what I'm hearing from everyone in terms of best approach for Yanni and myself?
I think so.
Okay, great. Because time is of an essence for you all, and Greg wanted to, and I wanted to also discuss a little bit further about the priorities and other goals for the PCDC. So if it's okay to move on from the comp plan discussion, perhaps we could share the
yeah.
PowerPoint again.
Okay, so actually, let's just wrap up. Yanni, if you could go back up one slide. What we do know about the comp plan, we do have some certain things we can do. One is we're going to meet with Clarion. Paul had been doing a lot of the dialogue with Clarion, I believe. So Yanni and Jocelyn are going to restart the dialogue with Clarion and discuss our options in everything that we've considered here. We're going to continue to update the Board of Trustees and the public with the current status, and maybe the statuses as well. We're still figuring it out. And we're going to monitor the health crisis to see, how that might affect us. So we do have some immediate things that we're going to do. So it's not just all on hold. Okay, next slide. All right, so our goals and priorities. So what we're trying to do on the PCDC, I think I've only got about a half hour left here. What we're trying to do on the PCDC is we're borrowing something from Agile, which is a method of software development where we're going to break up our year into what we call sprints. So we're going to work on effectively 3-month sprints where we set goals and have deliverables at the end of the 3 months. If we don't do this, we found that our self-discipline breaks down and things tend to linger, especially if we don't define exactly what we want to get done. We just end up being a debating club and then we all go home. So we're trying not to do that. And so we need to get a broad idea of what the goals and the priorities are going to be over 2021. We need your feedback for this. But let us start with what we know. Okay, obviously the comprehensive plan, done. We've talked about that. The next thing that we know that it's going to loom large in 2021 is a whole series of development reviews. And honestly, I've been on the PCDC for 8 years. I think the first 6 years, we didn't do one development review. I didn't even know what it was my first 6 years as a commissioner. But I believe over the last 2 to 3 years, we finally started engaging in development reviews. We had the library, we had that public works building out on the highway. We had, and we just, as you guys know, that barn that's being built at Lions Farmette. So those are 3 that I recall. Oh, and of course, Summit, yes. However, we had Yanni make a list with the staff of what are the pending development reviews that might be coming up. And this is insane. I don't know if the town's ever had this much possible movement. Now, granted, these are not all going to happen. As a matter of fact, if less than half, less than half of them will actually materialize, I'm sure. But even if we get 4 or 5, or maybe even just 3 or 4, that takes up an enormous amount of time. Development reviews are really, really important. This is where we really need help, where we engage with architects. And we've had 2 on the past on the PCDC. Doug and Clay were absolutely instrumental when we were negotiating with the architect for the library. And I think people would acknowledge that the library turned out really, really well. And it helps because we had these architects really spending time on the PCDC talking to them about the amount of stone, et cetera, and everything. So we do have this on the agenda, and this will take up a certain amount of our time. Okay, next slide. And let me go through these, and then I'm going to ask for feedback. Okay, so other things that are of great concern for us. One is the downtown design guidelines. And now this is something that actually had a first draft even before I was on the PCDC. So the first draft, I believe, was like 10 years ago. We never, we've worked on them periodically over time. We've actually given them to architects. We gave it to the library to follow as they designed the building, but I don't believe we ever, well, I know, we never like voted on it, or I don't know if the legal word is codified or something, but we never made them official. Nonetheless, it is still a massive document that we have. We need guidance from the Board of Trustees what to do with this, because if we've got a lot of this building on Main Street, there's a question here of how much role the government's going to play here in the shape, the size, and the style of the building. And that's the whole point of these downtown design guidelines. We haven't rolled them out. Yanni, I think we spoke at the last PCDC meeting. You had really good words that you used, that we need to really kind of engage with the Chamber of Commerce, and I think the owners of the real estate downtown, of how accepting they're going to be of having these design guidelines. Yanni, is there anything that you can add on that?
I think you put that very well. I think that there is quite a bit of education that needs to happen around how design guidelines like these might affect different people. For example, usually downtown design guidelines apply more stringently to designated historic buildings versus new construction or existing buildings that are not historic. So there is some sort of clarification that needs to be made through an outreach campaign as well.
Yeah, so I think the question here is what is the Board of Trustees, and we'll open it up to discussion at the end of this. What is the Board of Trustees' view on, what type of house, how much government reach do we want to have on these design guidelines? I would like to stress that the library, I think, is beautiful. I mean, to me, if you look at the efficacy of all these documents we write, we always wonder years later, did they do their intended job? And if you look at the library, which I think a lot of people in town are very pleased with, then one of these documents, the downtown design guidelines, did serve its purpose and it did some good. So you take victories wherever you can, but it's something to consider. Okay, I'll move on. The Eastern Corridor. This is a big concern. We don't know if any annexation requests are going to come in from landowners on the Eastern Corridor. It's a concern of the PCDC because we don't feel at this point that we have all the information that we would want to have to evaluate an annexation request from the Eastern Corridor. We don't know how it would fit in with the other plans for the other properties in the Eastern Corridor. And like we've talked about, we don't really even have a transportation plan. And quite frankly, I don't know how you wrap your head around the Eastern Corridor without a transportation plan. Victoria, you did mention that Paul Tamburello, who does now own the property, it is annexed, is working and having conversations with different landowners out there about a vision of how, basically how it could be built out. The PCDC would like to be a little bit more a part of that so that we can understand and do the best possible negotiation if or when an annexation request happens. Nonetheless, I don't know if that's going to happen over 2021 or not. Okay, other things. We started this fire task force. That was something that was really important to us. We had been talking about a worry about the fire resiliency in Lyons. We've been understanding that there's been towns in Oregon and California that are not unlike Lyons that have been totally wiped out by fire. We know that it's not a matter of if, it's just when. That force has been started. Great people on it. We're really excited about the talent that joined that. We don't know what's going to come out of it. We'll be monitoring it closely and looking at what should be done as far as zoning regulations in regards to how we can make the town more resilient. Pretty much our point of view is the goal is if a fire does enter Lyons, we'd rather have 10 homes burn than 50. So what do we do now so that 50 don't burn? I don't know if we'll get there. I don't know how you can measure it, but it's something that we have to be, we know we need to be spending time doing. Okay, now I'd like to open it up to everybody else as far as what your suggestions should be over 2021. So I'll stop here. Any other comments? Trustee Miller.
I would just like to say on the design guidelines for downtown that I think it's the historical value is important of the buildings, but I'm not really super excited about having it drawn out. This is what we want downtown to look like. I think that the building owners should, have a choice in what their building looks like. I've never been a fan of going into a town and the whole downtown looks the same. Or all the buildings look very similar. To me, it takes away from the character of the town. And Lyons has a lot of character, so I'd like to see that remain. Something that isn't necessarily worked on, isn't a priority. But the historical value is definitely significant, and hopefully that historical commission, the historical commission guidelines are Trustee Rogan, what is it? I know that you're part.
The Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you. Is coming through with the certification. The fire department task force is great. I think that's awesome. I really encourage a way to find a ladder truck being purchased. That's a huge deal, especially if the PCDC is going to consider, the third story building downtown and, other places around here for 40-foot buildings. The ladder truck is going to be absolutely necessary. I think we've discussed that with them a few times. And it has been a little bit put on the back burner for them. But I think that needs to be pushed. But that's about it.
Trustee Rogan.
So maybe Yanni can jump in here too. So the Historic Preservation Commission has made really great progress in drafting an historic preservation ordinance, and we want to schedule a joint meeting with the PCDC to discuss it. And so in terms of timing, to me, it would be great if we could come to some agreement on that ordinance and the downtown design guidelines before all of these development reviews start happening for buildings that might be designated historic. It would save, number one, the developer a ton of time and money. Like, they need to know what's expected of them. Otherwise, they're just kind of shooting in the dark and hoping for the best. And that's not fair. it's not fair to them and it's not fair to the town, you know, so we need to get the development that we want. So I'm curious about that list of potential development reviews. Do you guys have any sense of which are more or less likely to actually happen this year? Is there any way to rank that, or is it just like, oh God, here's all this stuff?
So yes, perfect question. Yanni did that exercise for us. I didn't put it in the slides, Yanni, because it's in a big spreadsheet. Do you have it available to put it up?
I do. Give me one moment to pull it up. And essentially there's another column in that spreadsheet called estimated timing or something to that effect. And I went through all of those items with Paul, and he sort of gave a quarterly estimate based on his understanding and discussions with the different developers. So let me pull it up for you.
And while Yanni's doing that, I'll say that I absolutely agree that fire mitigation has to be a gigantic priority. No question about it, because, you know, if everything burns down, we'll have nothing left to look at.
Yeah, so we can see it. I mean, can everybody else see it?
Are you seeing a document called Potential Development in 2021 and Beyond?
Yes.
Yes.
So here is that estimated start timing column I mentioned, and the addresses.
But this is scary. I mean, if you look at Q1 and Q2, wow. Victoria, you were the one who brought up this list is one of the most significant you've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any comments on that?
Well, I was involved with putting this together as well. And I honestly think, other than the ones that say unknown at this point, I think all of these are planning to go forward. And as we've heard before and we've talked about, you know, we haven't had a ton of commercial development, but I think part of that is due to a federal disaster and people feeling confident that we were going to reinvest in our community. And now the public infrastructure is coming to a close, and now the private sector is going to do their role. So I have no reason to believe, because I've been in meetings with all of these people, that they don't intend to move forward at this point. And I do think that I totally agree that historic preservation, we have to get something in place, because right now there's nothing keeping anyone from just tearing down an entire building on our main street.
If I may speak also, my concern is, and I think it got touched on just briefly, but the having these guidelines really does help the developers to know exactly what the expectations are. It creates a smooth process to developing. It helps the town to communicate and avoid conflict. So because it is a communicative document, here it is. And so I just want to stress that actually it would really be helpful to staff in particular, also working with developers. Some developers are very, very good at what they do, and others might be early in the game in what they're doing and not necessarily as advanced and knowledgeable. So having something that's very specific is a positive.
Trustee Waugh, and then Mark.
I have a couple things to say.
Go first, Kenny, go ahead.
Many times before, and I can tell you that I've talked to several of the people that are doing those developments and as well. And I think what Commissioner Farrell just brought up is really the issue, which is process. I am sickened by the fact that there's a hotel developer that believes they can get through the permitting process in 4 months because that's what they were told by town staff. I know of 2 businesses in town that have pre-engineered buildings that they're trying to get approved, and every time they come back to the town, they're hit, when they think they're with the final set of requirements, they're hit with additional requirements. Our problem is not staffing. Our problem is the process. It is unclear. It is muddled. It is, you know, a lot of these projects, I'll tell you with one of the projects that's on there that I know for sure, we didn't even start the process. People didn't even start the process to go through the permitting because we knew we wouldn't be done in time for the summer season. So for very simple things, pre-engineered buildings, not in a floodplain, temporary, trying to get through COVID, we can't get out of our own way. I don't think more guidelines and regulations are the answer. I think getting a handle on our process is what we need to do. And I've asked Garrison from the Lions Farmette to document the timeline and processes of what they've had to go through for that engineered building, because there are many, many examples of the town giving conflicting information, moving the goalposts. I've heard from multiple commercial businesses in town when it comes to dealing with the town and the process. So I would like us to feel confident. You know, I don't believe any of those times. I think we might get our first initial meetings for Q1, and we'll be still getting out of our own way when it comes to Q3 and Q4 of 2021, based on the experience that I've seen in the last 6 and 12 months dealing with town staff on commercial developments, both personally and through colleagues of mine in town. So I think it's much, much more important to be able to put in place some kind of an audit or some kind of streamlining of our process. If we know all these things are coming, let's hold some workshops on how to go through the planning process. Let's figure out how to make the planning process clearer and easier so that we can actually get some of these projects started and not be afraid of people. You know, I'll tell you, I know people are afraid to get started with the process because they know how long and drawn out it will end up being for them. So that's my input. I think fire safety is important as well, but I think we need to get our arms around the process, because I'm hearing from people trying to develop things in town. It's out of control. Missed the entire winter season at Spirit Hounds because we couldn't get out of our own way to let them have a temporary building when we were under restrictions so that they could sell their product during the busiest time of the year. So I'm on a rampage because it's just ridiculous. We can't even support the businesses we have doing simple things, trying to survive in COVID times and trying to get things developed using pre-engineered buildings. So I think we need to focus on a process and a real self-evaluation of how we lead planning projects and get development projects.
Probably a lot of you have heard the spiel before. It's kind of one that I gave when I was on the planning commission. Even before I was on the planning commission, I was one of the people who spoke up against the Eastern Corridor design guidelines when they were proposed. I said they were too long, too detailed, way too complicated for the types of projects we were going to have. I think that viewpoint was, and I'd add that was the viewpoint of the Economic Development Commission back when those Eastern Corridor design guidelines were proposed. They thought they were harmful to development rather than encouraging. I think that has been proved by the recent experience with the Farmette Pole Barn, a very simple 2,000 square foot pre-built building. And look what it had to go through. Look at the 56 pages of analysis that came to the board and went to the PCDC for a prefabbed 2,000 foot structure that seemed like a no-brainer to approve. It's really just replacing an existing tent. If we had to do that for that kind of a structure, what will we have to do for a multi-part project like Mr. Tamburello suggested originally, or some complicated mixed-use thing downtown? And I think, so my position is it was a mistake to do the design guidelines we have in the Eastern Corridor now. They need to be streamlined. I'd be in favor of, frankly, repealing the whole thing. If people aren't in favor of repealing them, I'd rather cut it down to about a max of about 2 pages. We like these things and we don't like these other things. We like sandstone, we like natural landscaping, but we can say that in a sentence without saying it in 7 pages of single spaced landscaping requirements. And which is what is in there now. And I think we'll double our mistake if we do the downtown design guidelines. I've seen the drafts that date back to 2013. They were trotted out when I was on the PCDC. I didn't like them then. I don't like them now. I don't buy the theory that they give developers more certainty. I don't think putting page after page after page of picky, detailed requirements that a government will ultimately choose. Oh, we think we're going to apply requirements, 10, 25, 78, and 95 on this project, but we're going to look the other way on requirements 15 and 28 and 33, which is what happened with the pole barn. If you look at the analysis, there's some parts of it that were simply ignored because whoever was reviewing it didn't think it was important. There are other parts that were looked at, and they just waived the 7 pages of landscaping guidelines. We need to simplify it. And I don't think the downtown design guidelines do that. I would not only give them a low priority, I would work on replacing them with a 1 or 2 page simple document that lists likes and don't likes in downtown. I said the same thing on the PCDC about 4 years ago, I think. And not have government, as Trustee Miller said, try to pick and choose what's best for downtown or the Eastern Corridor. Let the private sector developers who are more creative than we are come to us with ideas, and then we can tell them what we like and don't like about those particular projects. Got news for you. We're going to do that anyway, whether we have 55 pages of design guidelines or 2 pages. When a new project comes in lines, it gets scrutinized, forwards, backwards, and in between, no matter what those guidelines say. So I'm opposed to spending a lot of time on design guidelines. The fire task force is a far greater priority, and that's where I come from.
Any other comments? In regard to the fire task force, I brought up at the last Board of Trustees meeting to comprehensively go through our capability to fight fires with the pressure in our fire hydrants. I think that is incredibly important. I think that there are neighborhoods that border the potential for grass fires that are in a very, very high risk area. And I hope that we can pursue that and make our town safer. In regard to design guidelines, I talked to a couple of building owners in downtown, and actually some of the design guidelines take away some of their square footage. And when you think about that, that's quite fascinating. So I'm not in support of a guideline that would do that. I don't think that behooves anybody. So in that regard, I agree with several of the statements that Mayor Pro Tem made. I don't think that design guidelines are meant to either deprive building owners of their equity or make the process more cumbersome. Any other comments?
Okay, so I think there's been a very clear statement here to back off on the downtown design guidelines. It's a document, we'll shelve it and see how this goes. Do we have marching orders to review the guidelines that we have for the Eastern Corridor? I don't know exactly what Eastern Corridor guidelines you're talking about, Mark, but we'll have to dig into what those are. Do I have marching orders here to review the Eastern Corridor?
I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm one of 7 people, but look at the analysis that was done for the Farmette pole barn. Those are those guidelines put into form into the context of a form, and it's 56 single-spaced pages for a single project. So yeah, I think those need to be looked at. And for those of you who are new to town or weren't around back then, there was I don't believe any of the current PCDC members, even Greg, were, maybe that was right when you came on, but the prevailing view of a lot of people was that those guidelines were designed to give the PCDC at that time as much of a control and chokehold, if you will, on desired and undesired growth in lions. And so they were written to basically be able to catch any kind of proposed commercial growth that PCDC might not like. And that is, you know, if you want to do a no growth town, that's a way to keep it from growing. But I've always viewed them as discouraging growth rather than encouraging growth. And I think with changes of personnel and other things that have happened in the interim, such as the death of retail with all the online sales, that's changed a lot since these things were done. I think we'd be lucky to get any kind of new retail business in Lyons these days, whereas those guidelines tend to discourage those things. So I think they need a lot of review and simplification, because as I say, if that's what a prefabbed pole barn had to go through, what in the world is a multi-part, multi-use, mixed-use development going to have to go through? I can't imagine applying all those to something that complex.
Trustee Rogan.
I agree that the guidelines should be simplified. I think it would be a gigantic mistake to just shelve any downtown guidelines. Part of Lyons' charm, part of the people like to come here is because of the feel of downtown. People like spending time here. It's something different for them because they come from a place where everything looks the same. So I would be in favor of looking at simplifying the guidelines. As Mayor Pro Tem Browning said, this is what we like, this is what we don't like so much, and making them less cumbersome. But I think completely shelving them would be a bad idea.
I got a lot of hands. Commissioner Barney, I don't do last name.
I think we should not let go of the suggestion related to process improvement. I also don't think process improvement and guidelines that help, good guidelines, are in conflict. And so I think having guidelines that are helpful and would help us get the results that we want, not limit, but rather encourage and lean in the direction of being helpful to the introduction of businesses consistent with the character of our town. But I think process improvement, process definition and process improvement is a critical element, and let's not lose that one.
And let's make sure that we include protection for our historical sites.
Absolutely. Yanni, real quick.
Just to add to that discussion of the draft downtown design guidelines, in my professional opinion as a historic preservationist, the draft document is confusing because downtown design guidelines are often applied to historic districts, designated historic districts. The way it is written, it is very unclear what parts of the document apply to designated historic buildings and what parts do not. This document needs some serious revision and restructuring to make that clear. And I think that would resolve a lot of the concerns, or at least address a lot of the concerns about limiting diversity in architecture and things like that, while also protecting the feeling of and sense of place of our downtown and its historic character.
Yeah, and I think if we can recall, last year we did budget, I believe, 12 to 13,000 to have a consultant to work with those guidelines. The consultant did tell us there's a lot of things architects and developers wouldn't like in this. And she was going to work with us to clear a lot of those things up. So what you saw was not what the PCDC was ever even going to consider recommending to the Board of Trustees, but it sounds like we're still a long, long ways from there. Hey, I think we're about 6 minutes out. Is that right, Yanni, Victoria? Are we 6 minutes out?
We're actually over.
Oh, I apologize about that.
That's all right. That's all right. There are several other items that we didn't get to cover.
Okay.
And this may be the year, if we're also inclined, that we may have perhaps 3 joint PCDC and Board of Trustees meeting, if we can all find the time to do it, because there are some very, very important items that we didn't get to cover tonight.
In complete agreement with that. This meeting has actually been really, really good for, I think, speaking for all the commissioners. We worked on the design guidelines and, 2 ships are missing in the night here completely, right? So we don't want to do that again. I just want to follow up and maybe we can end this. I'd like to get clarity on the marching orders, especially from you, Mark. I understand the pole barn had a 56-page document. Not all of those were style and the way it looks. A lot of it was engineering, some of it was fire, whatnot. So not all of it we can just turn around and just say we're going to cut all of this. But as an exercise, if you would like the PCDC, because I try to make this into something tangible that we can really sink our teeth into. If you would like us to do an exercise on the pole barn itself to evaluate that that design review and to discuss what was a waste of time, what was not a waste of time, what could be cut, we could use that as a case point, and maybe we could come up with something there to make suggestions to the staff and the Board of Trustees as far as development reviews. Does that sound like a good marching order?
Yes, and I would also emphasize that that's the first commercial project that ever went through those guidelines in that process. The library and the public works building and everything, they were fine, but that's really the first commercial project. And like anything, the first time you do it, you see things that need changes. And I'd be glad to put my thoughts on paper and send them to you, Greg, and the commission as to what parts of it could best be.
Because the problem is much more than the guidelines themselves. The problem is bigger than that.
Sure.
It's not just the guidelines. So, but the guidelines have never passed either. So when we talk to them about the guidelines, it was like, hey, this is totally voluntary, man.
Well, I meant the Eastern Corridor guidelines. They are in effect, and that's what that's what I'm saying. You look at that list of projects, close to half of them are Eastern Corridor related, and they will be subject to the existing guidelines. So,
all right. So if you could send me all your thoughts and every other opinion, everybody else, if you could send the PCDC all your other thoughts, we'll dig into this.
Okay.
Great meeting. Thank you very much, Chairman Edding.
All right. Hey, thank you, everybody.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. This was good.
We'll break for 5 minutes and come back to the regular Board of Trustees meeting.
Yeah, anything with a 3-story just needs to go off the list.
We'll wait for Trustee Miller for another minute. Thank you. I'll call the Monday, January 4th, 2021 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We take this time for a collective moment of silence. Let's keep in mind the now 360,000 victims of the COVID. And thank you. Little history about the reflective of silence. I'm going to turn down my volume a little.
Trustee Caravas, I think you need a mute. I think you were an echo for that. Because
Yeah, I'm trying to fix that. And then I just, my screen's gone, but I'll get it back. It was innovative during Iraq War. We had 11 young patriots who volunteered to go into the armed forces, and we had their names on the doors, and we always offered a prayer for their safety, and that's where it was innovated. Between the meeting two meetings ago and our last meeting, more Americans died than died in the Korean War. And between the meeting 2 meetings ago and tonight, more Americans have died than died in the Vietnamese War. So it is very touching for me to have to mention totals like 360,000 Americans who have died. I'm going to try to get back on the screen, but in the meantime, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Would anybody wish to address the agenda? Excuse me, amend the agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
aye. Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is audience business. The audience is entitled to address their governing body on any item other than public hearings and ordinances that are on the agenda later in the evening. And there will be an opportunity on two of those ordinances to speak as the public. Does anybody wish, and please help me on this because I don't have my screen back yet. Clerk Vasquez, does anybody in the audience wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Yes.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Stephen Beck, live at 137 Eagle Valley Drive. I just want to express my appreciation to our Sheriff's Department. A couple weeks ago, I had a car stolen out of my driveway, and with their hard work and dedication, we did recover the car. And I hope, and some other checks that were in my car from other cars that were stolen in Lyons. So they did a really nice job. I just wanted to show my appreciation.
Thank you very much, sir. Would anybody else in the audience wish to address the board on any matter at this time? Madam Clerk, do you see anybody?
I'm not seeing any hands raised, sir.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Boulder County Sheriff's Report from Sergeant Bill Christ.
All right. Good evening, everybody. And thanks, Steve, for the shout out. Yeah, we had that little spike of auto thefts and crime spree going on in Lyons just prior to Christmas. Took a lot of time and effort to thwart some of that stuff. We do have a really good, well, several really good leads. The case is still active and open. And we are hunting down a ring of car thieves related to all that stuff in Lyons. We set up some extra patrol. I might have mentioned this, I think, at our last board meeting, but we set up some extra patrols in town prior to Christmas and all the way up to Christmas Eve. Excuse me, just for extra presence in town. And we ended up contacting a vehicle that was part of this ring, and with a short police chase through town, they were able to slip out based on rules and policies we have on chasing people. But we're hoping that that really scared them off. Since then, though, since Christmas, that spike has dropped significantly. We're kind of back to maybe a flat line of crime in town, which is a really good thing. I'll still throw out my my standard disclaimer of crime of opportunity, and just re-advise everybody that's listening. Please keep your doors locked, your car's locked up, no keys in the ignition, things like that. We're always still real concerned in the winter months about puffing. Crime of opportunity definitely is out there. So please, everybody, be aware of that. Let's see here. We're doing some extra patrols in the parks, especially the Vern Johnson over by the skate rink. Make sure that we don't have any issues over there. So far, everything seems to be going okay. We had a minor incident involving somebody going into the concession shack, I believe. So that stuff needs to be reported as soon as we know something. So if staff can remind employees of the rink and of town staff, if they see something strange or vandalism or something like that, please get that information to the sheriff's office as soon as possible. On Christmas Day, Steve Kelson was celebrating his last day of work. I know I mentioned this before. I just want to give him another shout out after 28 years of service to the public, including 4 in the armed services. He did an outstanding job for the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and the people that he served, especially in the town of Lyons. We bidded him a fond farewell, and I passed on some sentiments from the town staff. Because of the COVID and stuff, it wasn't the traditional retirement reception for Steve. But he's on the greener pastures in Washington and enjoying the retirement life. So we're all happy and very proud of that. And then with that being said, January 25th, we'll do our annual rotation of deputies. And I'm happy to report that Keith Powell will still remain one of our primary day shift deputies. He's been up here for a little over a year now and has got real accustomed to the town and is very well received. On the other end of that spectrum, we are going to have Cosme Loya, who will be the backside day shift deputy. And he has been in town before. He's been assigned up in Lions for a short stint on night shift. He is a great addition to the Lions crew. Deputy Jason Ryan will remain our night shift officer during that front half of the week. And then we are also going to get a new officer. Her name is Jessica Yates. She will be the backside of the week nights officer up here in Lions. I'm in the middle of completing a annual report to present to the board. I'm really hoping to have that by next board meeting. I'm working really hard to get that done for you guys. I'll have a little bio in there and maybe some pics of the new officers. I generally like to bring them in the board meetings and have them introduce themselves, but with the way things are going right now, we'll stick to this format, and I'll try to get that information out in my annual report. That is all I have for you guys tonight.
Please give Steve our regards and our thanks, Sergeant Christ, and please stay safe, sir. Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Seeing none, we'll move on to trustee reports. Trustee Lowe.
Well, I have nothing to report at this meeting.
Okay. Trustee Logan.
I also have nothing.
Trustee Waugh.
I'd just like to reiterate from our previous workshop that I am working with several businesses in town that have recently gone through the planning process to understand their process. They've expressed some concern about the process and how clear it is and how long it takes. So I hope to be coming back with more information as I gather it. But you know, I think we have a real concern here in terms of the process, in terms of getting projects approved in town.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Nothing to report. The Parks and Rec Commission will be meeting next Monday.
Trustee Caravas.
Just a UEB meeting coming up this Wednesday, 4:30.
Trustee Miller.
Nothing to report, sir.
Thank you. And I don't have anything to report either because most of the meetings and commission gatherings take place a little bit later in the month. But I would just like anybody to keep in mind whether they would like to serve on the CEMEX task force, the sustainability, the Future Sustainability Commission voted unanimously in support of the idea. Like I said at the last meeting, the Student Advisory Committee voted in favor of it and will be also having a couple of members. So I'd like anybody on the Board of Trustees who would be willing to serve in that capacity to give it some consideration. The next item is boards and commissions. I'll appoint Trustee Rogan and Trustee Lowell to the Board Staff Relations Committee. Then we'll need a nod from the board to form an ad hoc committee to deal with the new contract with Planet Bluegrass. I would personally prefer that Trustee Rogan and Mayor Pro Tem Browning make up that ad hoc committee, as they're familiar with other items in regard to Planet Bluegrass. But that will take a consensus of the Board of Trustees. So I'll go through each of you and ask you your opinions. Trustee Lowell.
This Planet Bluegrass Ad Hoc Committee, the purpose of, is it for their purpose of the schedule of rates that we charge them for the park? Is that what we're talking about?
Administrator Simonson, keynotes is the term, and I think that it encompasses a lot of items. Could you elaborate on that, Madam Administrator.
Sure. The town currently has an agreement with Planet Bluegrass on many different aspects of operations at both the Planet and on the farm annex building. And so there was a request by Mr. Ferguson to update what are called the keynotes about the frequency, the types of uses, security, those sorts of things. That are called the keynotes. And he has asked for an update of those keynotes. And so staff that will be working on that with him will be probably, Kim Mitchell's been involved previously with those, and it was Paul Glasgow who's now gone. So it will probably be Yanni Jones and Kim Mitchell working with the two trustees on revising those keynotes if the board chooses.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. I'm okay with that appointment, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan?
Yep, I'm good with it. Thanks.
Okay. Trustee Wah?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes, yes.
Trustee Caravas?
Okie dokie.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think we have some existing knowledge, and this would be broader than what we looked at before, so that's fine.
And I agree completely. So it's unanimously agreed upon that that ad hoc committee has been formed and the representation appointed. The other thing that we need to discuss, and I didn't have a chance to discuss this with you, Trustee Caravas, is if you would still like to be part of the Honeywell mediation team.
If it's still needed, that's fine.
Okay. And we'll need another trustee. Is there another trustee who feels that they have the background that they could participate in that meaningfully?
Mayor, can I give a little bit of background for those on the
You
board
may, sir.
who may not understand what's going on? So, as many of you know, the town has been in negotiations with Honeywell International concerning the wastewater treatment plant for some time now. That process has finally gotten to the point where we're going to start mediation, hopefully, second week of February. And so the previous board had selected two trustees to serve as representatives at the mediation. And so because this board has not spoken on that issue, wanted to bring it back to the board on who this board would like to appoint as their representatives on the mediation. We will have an executive session on the first meeting in February, which is the first, in much more detail as to where the cases are right now and also settlement positions we may be considering because of that mediation is coming up. But in order to kick that off, because we are starting to begin the confidential settlement statement, which is required as part of the mediation, we wanted to get established who those two representatives will be from the Board of Trustees. So that's kind of what the mayor is asking at this point in time.
And so
and it used to be Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and we're seeing if there's anyone else that might be interested.
is there? Seeing none, I'll volunteer, Counselor. Please keep us updated on any information, dates, meetings, or anything else relevant to that.
Of course, there's nothing scheduled at this point in time right now. The march orders is to get that settlement statement negotiated, but that will require the input of the full board in the executive session to do so.
Okay, that's good. Moving on to staff reports, flood recovery update.
Evening, everybody. Sorry, my camera's on the glitch again. It keeps intermittently working and then not working. I even tried rebooting. So I don't have a camera tonight. But I'm not going to read my report, but there's a couple points I wanted to mention. The PED Bridge, we have selected a consultant. And so the next board agenda, we will have a contract for design for the PED Bridge to get started. I do want to mention that we are in a very tight timeline to get this designed and purchase the PED Bridge to utilize the CDBG funding that we have. Then once that's all used by June 30th, then we'll move into the Safe Routes to School funding that we have for construction. So I just want to mention that we will be designing the alignment of the bridge and the trail and the sidewalks based on engineering and safety and not individual needs. We won't have a lot of time to go back and forth with individuals. We will do a presentation, probably at 30% design to answer any questions. But if we want to maximize the funding that we have to keep moving. We have to move very quickly on this design. The other thing I wanted to mention on the bridge, I'm sure you guys have seen, there's a lot of activity over there. It's moving along quite well. And then the one easement agreement that we were waiting on, we will be making an offer to them tomorrow. They have 30 days to respond, and then we may make a second offer, and then they have 14 days to respond, and then we will move into condemnation if necessary. So just wanted to give you an update on that process and where we're at with that. And we are working to procure an attorney for that if it is needed.
And just to be clear, this is done under the advice of the right-of-way consultant the board approved. And so this is the pre-process required for condemnation. If we can't come to some sort of negotiated settlement, but the expertise of the right-of-way consultant is extremely helpful in determining what an actual offer should be. And
right.
And just wanted to update the board what exactly that process means.
Yeah. So, and then I also added into the packet this week just a few spreadsheets that kind of give you an idea of numbers, where we're at with grants and what we've expended, what we've been reimbursed. So I don't know if there's any questions on any of those or on the projects at all. So I'll just open it up for any questions.
Are there any questions? There are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Administrators report.
Good evening and thank you. I'll start with a quick COVID update since there was a change in that wasn't necessarily expected. As of today, all counties in the state of Colorado that were at the red level of restrictions by the state government are now moved to an orange level. And we did have a Boulder County meeting today with our peer communities and Boulder County Public Health and Department of Homeland Security. They are basically saying that because we as an overall state had reached 13 days of declining, that the governor made that decision overall. That came as quite a surprise to everyone, it appears. So we will get out the new information to our businesses so that they understand the guidelines of orange. Although they were there once before, we want to make sure that that's clear. It will allow some very restricted indoor dining. It will allow employers to bring up to 25% of their workforce back. But in the most situation, they want us to continue all the safe practices we're all very familiar with, and are really going to focus on vaccine distribution. So today we had quite a bit of discussion on that. Right now, the state of Colorado is receiving about 60,000 doses weekly for statewide distribution. And they are, right now, about half of those go straight to long-term care facilities, and the rest are being distributed to healthcare workers. As you know, there's different phases of the order people will get their vaccines. The discussion today really was around handling metro areas that might have much larger numbers of categories of people. And can rural areas that have fewer people in those categories move to the next level? And so there's still a lot of unknowns, but it does sound like they are going to ask us to all follow the same vaccine principles in regard to not going off on our own and trying to do our own thing, and instead following the plan and the order of priority to receive those distributions. So as we get anything more specific in regard to Boulder County, I will pass that along and not wait for 2-week meetings. But again, everyone is trying to figure out who and how to get this distributed as quickly as possible before the second dose is due. So right now it is not looking as if anything is different than healthcare workers and people that are of an older age or category that needs the vaccine first. So right now that's the focus. In regard to a couple other things, the big news the last couple of weeks was that we were able to distribute nearly $200,000 of CARES Act funding to 23 local businesses, and those were grants to some local businesses. So that process went actually very smoothly and quickly. And we did apply for, we did receive a $15,000 sustainability grant from Boulder County that will include initiatives regarding waste diversion, zero waste, and water savings, which probably later in this winter, if the precipitation does not change, we may want to start talking about water conservation measures before summer gets here. So also want to let the board know that we applied for a $14,000 Boulder County Economic Development Grant. It's called Activating the Outdoors, and it's ways to help people be active outdoors and encourage business and recreation outside. So we're working on that, as well as with a winter promotion toolkit with the Colorado Tourism Office. So those are some things happening in that area. I do want to say that there was some misinformation given regarding that helmet signage. I was told that was at the skateboard plaza. I was told it was at the ice skating rink, but it was really the skating plaza. So we will get some signage up at the skateboard plaza as soon as we can get that ordered, strongly encouraging helmets and then doing some other best practices at skate parks. Okay, but it is up at the ice rink that we strongly encourage helmets as well. The ice rink is now open, all based on Mother Nature, but we are staffing 12 to 4 on the weekends and holidays for ice skate rental for just daily rentals. I included some information in your packet regarding mobile food truck information, the expectation of business licenses, sales tax, etc. Staff know that we are going to be watching that more closely. The one issue that is a little different is some businesses report monthly, some report quarterly, and some report annually. So it is not necessarily, if it doesn't show up on our monthly report, doesn't necessarily mean that that person didn't pay monthly sales tax. So just want to let you know, finance department understands that this is a priority for the board, and we are keeping close eye on that. Then there was a rather lengthy community development report in your packet. I don't know if anyone has any questions, but a question I've gotten a couple times past couple of weeks is people thought that tonight was going to be the summit development plan agreement review. And they did, before we set this agenda, asked that to be continued to the January 19th meeting, simply because they were having trouble with those 2 weeks of the holidays, people not being in the office, not being able to get paperwork through CHAFA and the state offices. So We are planning to do that review, the development plan agreement review at the January 19th meeting, which public reminder to everyone, January 18th is a holiday. So we traditionally meet on Tuesday. So right now the meeting is Tuesday, January 19th, so that people get that on their calendars correctly. I think that's it, unless you have questions regarding anything in my report or other things I missed.
Are there any questions for Administrator Simonson?
Looks like Trustee Miller has a question.
Trustee Miller?
I was just wondering about the COVID testing and if they're going to resume that on Friday.
They are. Okay. We did get we got funding to go through the end of March in Lyons. So we'll continue on Fridays unless it's a holiday.
Any further questions? Trustee Rogan?
Thank you. Regarding the vaccines, on your call today, did anybody ask whether that amount of vaccine would be increased?
What I took from the people that were in charge of, distribution, and that is that it is simply just not enough to make a dent in this at all quickly and efficiently. They did not indicate that. They said that they were planning 60,000 doses per week for the month of January.
Okay. Hopefully that'll increase as time goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Yes, sir.
Thanks, Victoria, for the report. Just a quick question on Act 2, actually, but this moving to level orange, how's that affecting you and your staff at this point? Have you got to refigure everything out?
We have our department head meeting tomorrow, so we'll talk about it as a group. We've been pretty bare bones for since we've gone into the red zone. I'm hoping that we'll be able to have a couple people come back, but because we have so many common area offices, it's really hard to wear your mask for 8 or 9 hours a day, when you're sitting in a common area with someone. So we're trying to alternate schedules so that there's only one in each common area. So we're gonna try to bring back a couple, but do it in a safe manner.
Just good luck. I know it's tough,
Thanks.
so hang in there best
Thanks.
you can. Second question I had, I was gonna bring up in my trust report and just didn't. In our consent agenda, we've got several acceptance of finalized contracts in the as-built were received. As of several years ago, and this is probably more for Mr. Kaplan and Mr. Cosgrove, are our GIS maps updating with the as-built, or are they still not updating like they?
No, we don't have a staff assigned to only that, so it gets done as we are able at this point. Mm-hmm. We are upgrading our, if you recall, when we budgeted in 2020, we did buy a new handheld. Mm-hmm. So we do have a new piece of equipment that hopefully can download, more readily on its own kind of thing. But we do have, one of the things I did not get to mention was that during our planning commission meeting is I have found someone who's going to do some of our plan review for us up to 20 hours per week. His name's Philip Strom. Some of you know him from our flood recovery team. Philip has his master's in urban planning and business administration, and he's going to be helping us while we are short-staffed in that area. He is also very proficient at GIS. So he's hoping if there's any hours left in his up to 20 that he has, that maybe he can help teach some of the other staff how to do that.
Okay, that's great. I know it doesn't happen overnight on the updates, but just as long as it's planned, I know that helps Dave and Aaron and with their committees they have to meet with, if those GIS maps are up to date over time, that it helps them speed things up when the guys go do something. So great.
It sure does. It sure does. If we could get an intern or something again, that'd be great. But there's Aaron. Aaron, do you have more to add to your plan for GIS?
Well, only when you added an intern, I would say, don't do that. Because that was a joke to some extent. I mean, we have everything. They just went out and click, 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 click. This is whatever valve it is, and we don't know for sure. And then I have the UEB is very interested in that. And so they're on a volunteer level, at least looking at some. We have some experience there to work with that to clean up what we have. So they're also starting to do some of that. So I'm passing on then the as-built, and we're getting some work done on that.
Oh, great. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none. Legal update?
Thank you, Mary Angelo. I think Victoria covered most of what I was going to speak to in the orange.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. We had kind of discussed earlier that one of us would do it, and I'm happy you had more current information than I did. Just a reminder, a couple other restrictions in there. The number on indoor seating, which I know is of interest to the board, is 25% capacity or 50, whichever is fewer. And so I think so in Lions, most that's going to be 25%. The other one is gatherings, which has been a major disease vector, are limited to 2 households, no more than 10 people. So, and most of the other restrictions are limited to 25% capacity, or it's kind of the number that kind of is throughout the orange restriction guidelines. So pretty much anything that can happen, and bars are still closed. You have to serve food in order to be open. Can only be at 25% capacity. And so that's a general kind of overview of what the changes are. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly, we discussed the last meeting, was an update I gave to the Student Advisory Commission concerning voting age requirements. You may remember back in October, I gave an update. There was a ballot initiative that sought to amend the Constitution of the state of Colorado to make it essentially mandatory that everyone be citizens and be 18 years old. And at the time, of course, we didn't know if it was going to pass or not, but it did end up passing, which could have some implications to the town. Not necessarily this board, but past boards have discussed lowering the voting age for municipal elections to 16 or 17, certainly below 18. And it is possible, it's really unknown at this point, that we will no longer be able to do that based on the changes to the Colorado State Constitution, which could, depending on interpretation, apply to municipal elections as well as statewide elections. And so it certainly does kind of change the calculus to some degree if the town was still interested in doing that. I did give that update to the Student Advisory Commission chair, and I just want to make sure the board was also apprised of that. So this is something that we have talked about in the past. And that's all I have.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
I spoke with Trustee Caravas during the break, and he informed me that we waived sprinklers indoors in buildings in Lyons. Is that true? Homes.
Yes.
Yes.
That is true.
I think what happened is when we adopted the fire standards a couple of years ago, the board that was seated at the time decided not to enact that portion of the fire standards. And so
The International Building Code. I thought it was when we adopted the International Building Code.
I think it's the fire portion of the International Building Code. I think that's correct. And so in the county, you're required to have sprinklers, but within the municipal limits of the town of Lyons, you are not required to have sprinklers.
Thank you. Any further questions for Counselor? If not, could you please read item 1 under public hearings and ordinances into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 1 is the second reading. It's a public hearing on ordinance 1093, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 13, article 1, section 150 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the termination of utility services.
Thank you. Staff?
So I guess I will give the staff report on this one. This was an ordinance that was originally proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. It's really to deal with the issues concerning code compliance and creating an additional mechanism by which to gain compliance, particularly with concern to accessory dwelling units and short-term rentals. I did, when I took a stab at it, made some additional changes with regard to public health, as well as theft of utility service. An important piece of this was the creation of some sort of due process for when the town wishes to use this potentially. And I think we've done a good job of creating multiple layers of due process and notification prior to utility service being turned off. As I mentioned before, for investor-owned utilities, there are numerous regulations as to how, when, and why utilities can shut off utility service. Because we are a municipal utility, those same restrictions do not apply to us. But I wanted to make sure that if the town was to do this, that we would have sufficient due process protections before we shut off anyone's utility service. And the hope is, of course, is that we'll never have to use this. But it is the board's desire to enforce this, it's an additional tool in the toolbox, if you will, to seek code compliance. And so that's kind of the proposal that we've put together. We discussed it, I think, to some degree at the last meeting, but happy to answer any questions at this point as well.
Are there any questions for Counselor? If not, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to address the board on this issue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
No, sir, I don't see any.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion?
I make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, let's have a motion.
I would move the adoption of ordinance 1093, amending chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the termination of utility services.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. Oh, excuse me. I apologize, Trustee Carabas.
As I mentioned, as I mentioned last time, when I was talking to Brandon at our last meeting, I didn't see it in there, but I'd like to amend this and add a section wherever you think the wordsmithing should work, that before we turn service back on, whether the town or an appointed person is going to need to check the property to make sure there isn't something on the stove or in the range that as soon as you turn electricity on that starts a fire. I got some brief wording that I mentioned last time. You want me to go ahead and just read that now as the motion?
That'd be great. Let me find that. I do remember the discussion. I don't think the latest version of this, there was a few other minor things that, of course, we couldn't make that change between first and second reading. However, I did make some other minor kind of changes, and that version wasn't uploaded, but it looks like we'd probably want to do that somewhere, probably in B, or create a new C. I think is probably what we probably want to do.
So at this time, I'll make a motion to add to section C. That will state, before services are reinstated, after all remedies are cured, a town of Lyons representative will have to inspect the premises for potential hazards that may have developed while the services were disconnected, period.
We have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Trustee Carabas.
And Trustee Carabas, can you read that one more time? Sorry, typing is not the fastest.
No, that's fine.
Services are reinstated,
after all remedies are cured,
okay.
A town of Lyons representative will have to inspect the premises
I'm going to say shall inspect.
That's great. That's fine.
Okay. For any potential hazards.
That may have developed while the services were disconnected. period.
And can we call this reconnection of services?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I've created that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, we'll vote on the ordinance as amended. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The ordinance passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 2? into
Item
the
2 is
record?
second reading of public hearing on ordinance 1094, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of section 16-3-360, section 16-4-10, section 16-4-70, and section 16-4-100 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning PUD mixed-use zoning districts and PUD mixed-use overlay districts.
Staff?
Hello, I'm Yanni Jones. I'm a historic preservationist and planner for the town of Lyons, and I will be presenting the staff report on Ordinance 1094 for your consideration tonight. So this ordinance concerns a recommendation from the PCDC to modify, as the town clerk specified, certain sections of the municipal code related to mixed-use PUDs. This is the definition of a planned unit development from our municipal code. So for some background, I just wanted to explain that in addition to there being several different classifications of PUDs like industrial PUDs or residential PUDs, there are also two different types or ways in which PUDs can be established. The first way is through a general rezoning process or upon annexation. And in that case, the PUD's zoning standards are built essentially from the ground up. The other situation, the PUD is applied as an overlay to an underlying zoning district that already exists. So in that case, you would take the zoning standards for the underlying district, and then you would modify only those items necessary to achieve the desired intent for the development. So you're not creating something whole cloth as you would in the other situation. In the case of mixed-use PUDs under the existing code, mixed-use PUDs are only permitted upon annexation. And it's implied in our code right now, but it's not consistently stated that PUDs can only be applied upon annexation. So there's a bit of confusion there. It also erroneously states that there are no zoning districts that allow mixed uses, when in fact we have several. So there's an inconsistency among different parts of our code right now. So the proposed changes to the mixed-use PUD code include adding commercial downtown, and commercial eastern corridor as bases for the permitted uses for mixed-use PUDs, and also as the underlying zoning districts in the case of overlays, to remove language related to no underlying mixed-use zone districts, as I stated before, and to remove language related to only allowing mixed-use PUDs upon annexation. this is just a map that I drew up that is of the proposed PUD MU applicable underlying zoning areas. Essentially, the areas that are outlined are the places that are zoned currently commercial downtown, or commercial eastern corridor, where an applicant could apply for the PUD MU overlay. So finally, just to reiterate, the PCDC through Resolution 2020-08 unanimously recommended the Board of Trustees adopt this ordinance changing this code, and staff also recommends these modifications. And that concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Sir, I think we need to open a public hearing.
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'll open the public hearing for discussion of Ordinance 1094. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to address the Board of Trustees on Ordinance 1094? Madam Clerk?
Don't see anyone with their hands raised, sir.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Browning has his hand up, sir.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh.
All right, sir.
I move the adoption of Ordinance 1094, an ordinance amending certain sections of the municipal code concerning PUD, mixed use zoning districts, and PUD overlay districts.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any amendments? Are there any comments? I'll make one. I think.
Trustee Rogan has her hand raised, sir.
Who did?
Trustee Rogan.
Go ahead, Trustee Rogan, you go first.
Oh, thanks. Just briefly, I want to say that I really appreciate the format of the staff report. I think, Yanni, you did a terrific job in this, and I appreciate the clarity. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I'll reiterate that, as well as I always have, to Yanni on her presentations. And I think that this is a terrific ordinance that makes clear our position in regard to overlay districts. And I'm really, I really think that this is going to make the process much, much easier and more effective. Are there any other comments? If not, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Trustee Parvis.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1094 passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read item 3 into the record.
Item 3 is the first reading of Ordinance 1092, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing and replacing Chapter 8, Articles 2 and Chapter 11, Article 1, Section 60, and creating a new Chapter 8, Article 4 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning vehicle impoundment, parking, and abandoned vehicle and property enforcement.
Staff?
You're on mute, sir.
I guess I'll give this presentation at this point. I think we all know what this is now. We've seen it, I think, 3 or 4 times at this point. This is, if you remember correctly, going all the way back to the first meeting in November, I believe. On second reading, the board had a number of changes they wanted to make. We went through and kind of talked about all those, I think both as part of a workshop and then later as part of a second reading on the second meeting in November when I wasn't here. And what I did was I created a spreadsheet of all those board comments during the workshop, incorporated all of those into this draft, and then recommended while I was out in the second week of November, the board vote this ordinance down on second reading, so we could bring back a new clean copy with all those changes incorporated. And so while you have seen this ordinance, I think 4 times now at least, this does incorporate all the board's changes that were recommended during that workshop. And so hopefully, we don't have to retread that ground, but of course, happy to answer any questions. If there's any additional changes we need to make, happy to make those as well. So I think that's it for my presentation, considering how much we've gone into this already, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay.
There was public input received on it.
Yes. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Browning has some things to add, in collaboration with Trustee Rogan. But I will say that not every change has been incorporated, because the word destroys is still in here twice. So that's my comment.
Mayor, we did go back through the minutes, and there was never a vote to take out that word, and that's the reason why it stayed, because there was never consensus of the board on that particular item. But of course, happy to change it. But that's something I did specifically look at because I know it was brought up. So
okay, let's see.
And on sorry, I'm so sorry. I just want to mention also concerning the amendments that you referenced earlier from Trustee Rogan and Trustee Browning. We should consider those after a motion has been made.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to approve on first reading ordinance 1092, repealing and replacing Chapter 8, Article 4 of the Municipal Code concerning vehicle impoundment, parking, and abandoned vehicle and property enforcement.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have amendments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I do have some amendments that Trustee Rogan and I have gone through, but I was going to ask the town attorney, procedurally, since this is first reading, would it be best to go through each of these one by one and vote on them, or could we perhaps include them in a red line second reading version? And I mean, I'm going to explain them all tonight, and vote on them at second reading, or should we go through them all now?
So we got to, if you want, we can vote them off on all of them in second reading, but at some point I can't insert them into the draft. The board has to do that. And so if we were to do that, I would recommend, since there's only 3 really sections, that we just do each one separately, so it's clear if the board doesn't agree on one of those that they have the ability to vote against it.
There are really 4 of them. One of them is kind of just simply a rewrite to try to make something clear, and the other 3, one's a minor change. Another one is a proposed compromise on an issue the board never reached agreement on at the workshop. And then there's a 4th one it's also fairly minor. The first one, and for the board, I believe that Town Clerk Vasquez circulated these by email. So shortly, like 5 this afternoon, so that
Yes, sir. About 5 o'clock.
Yeah. So if you need to check your email to clarify the language or something, I'll go ahead and read it because I have to. But it's there in email form as well. The first amendment would be to amend section 8-4-10-1, parentheses 1, parentheses C, temporary parking of recreational vehicles and watercraft, to change the first sentence to read as follows. Recreational vehicles and watercraft may be parked for a period not to exceed 72 consecutive hours on any public street, alleyway, town property, or town right-of-way for purposes of loading or unloading, provided that such temporary parking location must be immediately adjacent to property for which the recreational vehicle or watercraft owner has permission to park. And then also add this sentence: temporary parking is also permissible under section 8-4-10(1)(f). So that's my motion to amend that section as proposed in the noticed draft of the ordinance.
And just to be clear, we're preserving the final sentence about moving a vehicle within 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, no change to that final sentence. So that's my motion to my proposed amendment, actually.
A second.
And
We have a motion and a second on the First Amendment.
this one is really just to clarify something that was in the draft. It really didn't change it very much. I was struggling a little bit with the language, the way it was phrased, and I went back actually and reviewed the tape of the video of the November 2nd workshop, and I think this is what a majority of the board agreed on, that you can do basically temporary loading, unloading, parking of RVs or watercraft, but it needs to be in front of your property. Or either immediately adjacent or it's a place somewhere you have permission to park. If the next door neighbor says, yeah, you can park there in front of my place while you're loading and unloading, that's okay too. So I think that's what we talked about. This is really just clarifying language.
Further comments? We'll vote on the First Amendment.
I've got a question.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, a question I have is trying to dictate who can park in front of one's house or not. It's a public street. I have a concern if, say you're gonna load your watercraft, but someone's parked, your neighbor's parked there, or someone's visiting, you can go park, further down. I have a little trouble because our streets are public streets and you can park pretty much anywhere you want. I mean, yes, I've always first in common courtesy of, I try to park in front of my own place, but is this really that enforceable if push came to shove or someone wanted to do it, or is this more of a courtesy issue just to help people remind people of the courtesy?
I mean that's what we talked about at the workshop, but it's basically, can you park an RV or a boat or something in front of somebody else's house for 72 hours?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
you.
And it would be complaint driven. I mean, if the person whose property you parked it in front of hadn't given permission but didn't really care, then presumably they wouldn't complain and wouldn't need to do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I think practically, I think you're exactly right. The code enforcement or the sheriff's office is going to have to ask, did you get permission if there is a complaint? And that may be one basis of evidence they violated this ordinance, but I don't think it's going to be the sole basis for the violation.
Yeah, I wouldn't think the sheriff's office would drive around town looking for parked vehicle RVs and knocking and say, did you give this person permission to park here? It really, if there's a complaint, it basically would give them the notice and tell somebody you need to move that. There's an ordinance that says you can't do it without the property owner's permission.
Further comments? Seeing none, we'll vote on the First Amendment, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
You didn't open this for public comment.
Oh,
It's first
it's the first reading.
reading. There is no
There is no public comment.
Okay, continue, Madam
Are
Clerk.
you now voting to pass this ordinance upon first reading?
No,
Yes.
not final passage, it's just first reading, whether to send it to a public hearing.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
Trustee Wah. You're on mute, sir.
Trustee Watt.
Sorry, I thought I said yeah too. Yes.
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
No.
The First Amendment passes on 6-1. Are there any further amendments?
I'd like to propose another amendment to section 8-4-10(1)(f). And it would be to strike the second sentence of the draft. That second sentence had read, temporary recreational vehicle camping is restricted to recreational vehicles 20 feet in length or under, inclusive of any attached tow vehicle. And I went back and looked, and like I said, looked at the video of that meeting. And if you have a visiting friend or relative who has a bigger RV, we didn't talk about or basically kind of agree that the visitors would be limited to small RVs. If somebody's got a 30-foot RV and they're parking in front of your house or in front of somebody's property that's given them permission to park there, I don't think that should be prohibited. And I don't think the board agreed or decided to try to prohibit that. Basically, your visitors, for whatever the period that we decide to allow, can park whatever RV they can, as long as it's in front of your property or somebody who's given consent to it.
I think the issue was, at least my read of it, as I went back and looked at the video in the minutes too, was whether permitted, not that the temporary, whether we're going to have permitted parking. And I think the board's discussion indicated along with smaller vehicles, but of course, I'm happy to change it whatever the board's desire is. That was what I was trying to capture based on the board's discussion, which was hard to follow at times. But that's what I was trying to capture in that edit.
I don't know if Trustee Rogan wants to comment on that, but I just thought the way it was written, it would prevent parking larger RVs from being used by the visitors. And I don't think that's something
I think it's for, this is sections about permitted, whether the town administration permits. And I think we only wanted it, based on the board's discussion at that time, my takeaway was they only want to issue permits for smaller vehicles. But if that's not the board's understanding, then we should change.
That wasn't my understanding. I mean, this was an exception of anybody this is really the friends and relatives visiting thing that I think Trustee Rogan in particular mentioned. And Trustee Rogan, my recollection was we didn't try to restrict that to only visiting friends and relatives with small RVs could be permitted.
That's my recollection too.
I was just trying to capture the board's desire. So if I got that wrong, then I apologize.
No, that's okay. Like you said, that was a hard meeting to follow. But I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. I don't think we want to restrict the size of our great Aunt Martha's RV if she should come visit.
So that's my amendment for proposed amendment.
We still need
just the same, would the same standard apply if, for instance, a recreational vehicle of that size couldn't be parked in front of the either friend or a relative's property? Can it be,
consenting neighbor
parked within a certain area?
So the way this reads, and remember, this is just for permitted recreational vehicle camping. You'd have to get a permit from the adjacent property. You have to have permission from the adjacent property or to get a permit from the town administrator for a 14-day permit to camp in your vehicle.
Okay, it does say that the adjacent property would have to also give permission.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and this one is a lot more enforceable because you're seeking permission to get a permit. So one of the things that the town administrator or her designee is going to ask is whether you have permission and probably want proof of that in order to grant the permit.
Okay. Any further comments? Then we'll vote on this amendment. Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, who was my second on that?
Not sure there was a second.
There was. Yeah.
I thought there was too. I'm sorry.
I'll
Do we
second
have
it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we've had discussion, and I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee
No.
Lowe,
Oh,
Was that me?
no, oh, did you freeze, Trustee Lowe?
I didn't hear what you said. I'll vote aye.
Trustee Lowe, okay. Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
no.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
The Second Amendment passes 6-1. Any additional amendments?
Yes, the Third Amendment, I would move to amend, and I'll read it first, and if it's seconded, I'll explain. This addresses an issue that we were unable to come to consensus on at our workshop. I would amend the fourth and fifth sentences of 8.4.10.1F to read as follows. Permits issued by the town administrator shall be valid for up to 10 days. A maximum of 2 permits may be issued for parking adjacent to any property within any calendar year. The town administrator may deny a permit for such temporary parking if, in the town administrator's judgment, the proposed parking location would present a traffic or public safety hazard. So I would offer that amendment.
We're retaining the piece about the permits being displayed externally.
Yes.
Okay.
I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
As I said, this was something that kind of the opinions were all over the map at the workshop. A couple of trustees wanted it to be 14 days. I had suggested 7. I think another trustee or 2 really didn't want this at all, wanted it to be 0 days. And so in the spirit of potential compromise, Trustee Rogan and I talked about it, and I originally suggested 7. She suggested 14. Others wanted less. We kind of, I don't know if it's an average or not, but we came up with 10 as a compromise position. And if somebody wants to propose a different number, fire away. But that's how we got there.
Oh, that's great. Any further comments?
I'd like to comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to vote against this. I don't think there should be any permits. I think that we have 72 hours. I personally think that this disproportionately impacts Old Town. For instance, adjacent property, I don't think there's any place, not picking on anybody in particular, but Trustee Rogan, there's no place that anybody visiting her could park and not be in a traffic pattern and adjacent to their property. So, I just think we have a campground for RVs. There are campgrounds all over town. Our roads are terrible in Old Town already. They're tight. We don't need big campers parking on them. And I think a permit of any kind is we have a place where you can get a permit. It's called Meadow Park. And that's where people should go and keep their campers if they need to come and stay for 10 days or 14 days or 7 days. So I think this disproportionately affects Old Town, and I'll be voting against it.
I'm confused. I'm looking at the proposed revisions to Ordinance 1092. And did you just read number 3, Mayor Pro Tem?
It was the third of my proposed amendments.
And what I have on my sheet is that as 8-4-10-1H. Is that correct?
Oh, I apologize. I guess there were 2 amendments to 8-4-10-1F, and we just approved one of them. And then in between what's number 2 and 3 on my sheet, that's what I'm reading now, where it says replace.
All right.
So, yeah.
All right. I thought that we had just approved the capability to be able to park regardless of whether somebody had room in front of their own residence if they had permission from a neighbor. Didn't we just approve that?
That's for 72 hours, not for 10 or 14 or whatever.
So that's the major difference in these two amendments.
Yep.
One was for 72 hours, and this is now for 10 days.
Yeah, the first one's the loading and unloading, and this one is visitors, basically.
And so, and it's also, let's see, and there can be two permits issued within a calendar year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just so I understand.
So basically, it's up to 20 days per year is what it amounts to.
And there's a provision which I consider extremely important, that if there's any public safety hazard, that in the town administrator's judgment, the permit can be denied. Is that also correct?
Yeah, yes, that's something we did talk about at the workshop, and there seemed to be general agreement on that.
Okay.
That
All right, I just
parking
wanted
in front of a fire hydrant or.
I was just a little bit confused on the sheet.
We
All right.
talked about that at the meeting, and I don't think anybody disagreed with that.
Any other comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller, Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
The amendment passes 5-2. Continue, sir.
Okay, and the last one, I hope, the last one of mine anyway, is add a new subsection 8.4.10.1H that would read as follows: parking of small recreational vehicles, watercraft, and trailers. Recreational vehicles, watercraft, and trailers of less than 20 feet in length, measured bumper to bumper or end to end, excluding hitches, may be parked adjacent to the owner's real property, and then in parens, other than cul-de-sacs, close parens, other than temporary camping pursuant to section 8-4-10(1)F, it shall be unlawful to live in such vehicles, watercraft, or trailers.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
And this is something that I think we had agreed on. It wasn't entirely clear on the November 2nd meeting, but on our first round of this, we got a lot of comments from the public about, I have a small little pop-up trailer and I've had it out in front of my house for 10 years and I don't think I should have to move it. And, and I believe that the majority of the board was in favor of allowing smaller vehicles and boats. And because we did discuss what's big and what's large, and we came up with 20 feet. I put the reference to measure bumper to bumper, end to end, excluding hitches, because if you've seen some of the hitches on some of these vehicles, they can be 4 to 5 feet in length. And so if you're going to do that, you're really not going to have a 20-foot vehicle or watercraft. It's going to be, 15, 16 feet, something like that. So I think that there was a consensus on this. If somebody doesn't think there was, then vote no or something like that. But I believe it was our intent to allow small RVs and trailers and boats to be parked on streets.
And just to be clear, is the intent that they be allowed to park indefinitely under this amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's not something I personally favor, but that's really just responsive to public input. And it's kind of a compromise in and of itself to just I think as originally drafted, the ordinance would have said, basically, you can't park those things permanently. And then we got a lot of feedback from the town. And so this is a change to say, well, small ones you can keep, but the big ones you need to find a place to park them.
So I need a little clarification again.
Okay.
Because you said, Mayor Pro Tem, that hitches can be up to 5 feet.
Yeah.
Why 5 feet? So, but you say here, measured bumper to bumper or end to end, and you're excluding the hitches.
Right.
So
if you've got a 16-foot pop-up camper and your
Right.
hitch on the front of it that you attach it to your truck with or your tow
Right.
vehicle with is 5 feet, it's
Right.
legal. Whereas if you did, if you measured the whole thing, that would exceed 20 feet and you couldn't park it there. So
and that's what I mean.
yeah.
So if the hitch got the unit over 20 feet, you couldn't park it there.
No, you could.
Good. It excludes hitches according to the language that's being proposed.
So, but that's what I don't understand. You say that you can park a recreational vehicle up to 20 feet, right?
Right.
And that to me would be the unit, not the hitch.
And that's what this says.
Yeah.
Intended to say.
My read of this is that the length is up to 20 feet, non-inclusive of any hitch. So it can be a 20-foot pop-up with a 5-foot hitch, and that's legal.
Right.
So that's 25 feet.
Correct, because the definition allows it to be non-inclusive of the hitch.
Okay. I mean, I don't, that's a little bit confusing to me. I think that, I mean, I don't, obviously hitches could be different sizes, so
Yeah.
it would be very difficult to categorize how much a hitch is, but that could extend the length of the unit by 25%. So that's quite a difference to me, but it's stated the way it's stated. Any further discussion?
Trustee Lowell.
Trustee Lowell?
I think we need a second still. I think those questions were appropriate as kind of clarifying questions, but I think we
I
need
thought we had a second, excuse me.
Trustee Caravas seconded it.
He did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay,
So
sorry.
go ahead, Trustee Lowell.
So I think the issue is we're not really talking about the hitch. We're talking about the tongue of the trailer.
Yeah.
Right? The hitch is the physical thing that attaches it to the ball of the vehicle pulling it.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about the tongue. I mean, nobody has a 5-foot
Okay.
hitch. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I think you're
probably excluding tongue and hitch. How about that?
There you go. There you go.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Trustee Lowell.
And I'm going to say excluding any tongue and hitch.
That's acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think you're correct.
Anybody, any other comments?
I do if the trustees are done.
Pardon me?
I do if the trustees are done.
Okay, go ahead, Administrator.
Since this is not saying that, does the other code saying that you have to move your vehicle regularly still pertain to these? Or could a trailer sit there for 12 months on the street despite snow plowing and the street sweeping?
Because the specific governs the general, this would exclude things under 20 feet from ever being moved.
So you have to move your cars, but you don't have to move your RVs?
You're referring to section 8410C, correct? Or is there another section of the code that you're looking
There's another section of the code that talks about just moving vehicles regularly.
Okay, let me take a look at that.
Or like if one of the RVs had a flat tire, does that fall under the other code again?
That would fall under the keeping the vehicles in good repair. You couldn't have just abandoned vehicles in the right of way.
Okay, so say that again, the general,
The specific governs the general.
okay.
So in this case, that you'd be able to keep your trailer that's under 20 feet, excluding any hitch, of course, in one spot indefinitely, but it would have to be kept in good repair, unless there's some other section of the code that prohibits that, which we'd have an issue. But I'm not seeing that so far.
So you can leave your RV there, but not your car.
I don't know where it says in here that you can't move a car, you can't leave a car in one place. The car has to be in good repair, but
Well, we make people move their vehicles every 72 hours too.
well, I don't know if that's in the code anywhere. I'm trying to find it.
This is that code that, remember, it was in several places.
Yeah.
And we tried to combine it. It was at one time we used to ask people to move their vehicles regularly. I just want to clarify. So this means you could just have it parked out there year round.
That's what I'm reading. Unless there's something, there's another code conflict somewhere. We need to sort that out, but I'm not seeing it right now.
There's another section of this ordinance that says if, it's got flat tires and unlicensed and that type of thing, that it can be ultimately, towed away. But
yeah, I agree.
There's no ordinance that says I can't park my car in front of my house for 5 straight days.
There is, it is somewhere. It is.
Oh, no, I know it is. I know it is, Madam Administrator, because when I was in the hospital, I got a notice on my car. I'll be perfectly honest with you. And,
no, I know we implement it. So yeah. I don't know offhand where it's at, but as we read this, it doesn't seem quite right that you can leave your RV there all year, but not your car.
Unless it's in the model traffic code somewhere. And so it may be worth talking to Sergeant Chris about that issue.
Okay, I just want to clarify it for this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there are small trailers and small RVs and boats that stay parked on town streets a lot longer than 72 hours. And you'd have a heck of an enforcement burden if you tried to get everybody to move those every 72 hours. And those are the people we heard from that said, I don't want you to make me move my small boat or my small pop-up camper. So don't get me wrong. Personally, I'd be in favor of not allowing any of those to be parked on town streets, but it's trying to be responsive to the public, and that seemed to be a view held by a number of people. So,
any other comments? I think that Administrator Simonson is correct in this regard. I think that this particular amendment would contradict ordinances that we already have on the books. So I was in favor of all the other amendments, but I'm going to vote no on this one.
I just said that if this is voted down, then I think you would not be able to park your small RVs and trailers on town streets anymore, and you're going to have a heck of an enforcement obligation.
It isn't a matter of not being able to park small RVs and trailers on the public streets. It's the length that you can park them that's the contradiction with the existing code. And in that regard, Administrator Simonson is correct. There's a contradiction in the code. And so I would, we can either delay a vote on this particular item until it's clarified, or we can go ahead and pass it and have a contradiction on the
this is first reading. So if there is a contradiction, I'm not aware of it, but if there is, at second reading, we could.
Yeah, I'd like to get that clarified, Council. I'd really like to get that clarified.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it right now, but I have not found it. I think it might be in the model traffic code, which I don't have a copy of, but I think we can get that clarified for second reading.
Any other comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
This amendment fails 4-3. Are there any other amendments?
I'm afraid so.
Don't be afraid. Yes, go right ahead.
Well, and it may not be an amendment, but I have a question because I see an apparent contradiction in this ordinance. So I want to make sure that it's cleared up. So section 8410(1)D specifies how trailers need to be in order to be parked on town streets. But it looks like 11160B prohibits trailers from being parked on town streets entirely. And if that's the case, my amendment would be to strike 11160B. In other words, I think that trailers, if they're parked safely, should be allowed to remain on town streets.
I think you are correct that there is a contradiction in that we were saying in one place that you can park a trailer and another place that you can't. So I think we need to be clear on as to what the policy is.
Right. So my amendment then would be to strike 11160B. I think we've had this discussion about how trailers should be secured safely, and I think we came to agreement on that, if I remember correctly.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, and further discussion? I agree completely, and I think that was a terrific catch, Trustee Rogan. No further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Yeah, a little bit of, I'm trying to clarify this myself a little bit. The amendment we just voted down would have allowed parking small trailers on 20 feet on public streets. And so we voted that down. And that would leave this subsection 11161B in the code unless it's stricken under this amendment. But if you strike that, that's going to make it perfectly legal to park trailers of any length
for
on
72
town streets, isn't it?
For 72 hours.
What would prohibit then? Let's see. What would prohibit somebody from parking a trailer for 6 months of any size?
I think it would be C, 84101C. We have to change it to add in trailer. But it would basically make it illegal to park longer than 72 hours. I think that was the intent.
Well, my intent would be to allow parking of trailers for more than 72 hours. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. There are some areas of town where there are no driveways to park a trailer and people use their trailers to store, for example, their work supplies. So for the folks who don't have a place to park their work trailer at night or when they're on vacation or whatever, I kind of feel like it's not, I don't drive around town and see a surplus of these trailers hanging around. So I see really no reason to prohibit people from having them.
Is the intent of when we say trailers, do we mean RV trailers? Like for boats and other things, or did you mean all types of trailers?
No, I meant trailers that don't have a motor. So a trailer that's pulled behind.
Yeah, now that you've described it, that makes sense to me. But when I was reading this myself, I always thought we meant RV trailers, like boat trailers, and yeah.
The way it is defined in the code, this proposed code, is it would apply to all unpropelled trailers, including RV trailers, including semi trailers, including a flat top trailer,
Horse trailers.
yeah, anything.
Sir, Trustee Wah has his hand raised.
Excuse me, Trustee Waz.
So a couple things. This is why I think Mayor Pro Tem Browning's amendment was appropriate. I think a trailer that's under 20 foot is what we're looking at. If we just let all trailers, then somebody could bring a 34-foot trailer with all their art supplies in it. And I think, I think that's worse, what you're describing of, oh, I don't have enough storage on my property and in my garage, so I'm going to fill a trailer and park it on the street indefinitely. That becomes a storage unit. I'll just put wheels on my tough shed and get it licensed, and we'll just call it a trailer. This is not what we're looking for. If somebody's got a trailer that's 20 feet or under, that's reasonable. If it's over 20 feet of any kind, I don't want it on my street. I don't want it parked adjacent to, and loading up Old Town, like we said before. I think 20 feet is an appropriate measure. I mean, that's a cargo van. So, I mean, are we creating we're going to allow people to store things on the street as long as it's in a licensed trailer? That just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Further comments?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to vote no on this one. I'm agree with Trustee Wah. I'm okay with kind of sort of reluctantly with allowing small trailers up to 20 feet, but trailers of any size to be legal, I have to vote no on this one.
Well, just to be clear, if you vote no on this one, there's still going to be a conflict in the code where in one part it says it's okay to park a trailer, and in another part it says it's not okay to park a trailer.
I don't think the other part says it's okay to park a trailer.
What the other part says is it's unlawful to park any unsafe vehicle or trailer on any public street, alley, public right of way within the town. Any trailer or recreational vehicle not properly restrained is deemed unsafe. And so it implies that you can park a trailer of some kind on the street, but it doesn't specifically authorize it.
Further comments? Trustee Miller.
I'm just going to make a comment of, I don't understand why we're even doing this. The code that we had was fine before. Sergeant Christ asked us to take a look at it. We did that. Now here we are months later, still trying to struggle through this thing when the other code was just fine. We have had zero problems dealing with trailers on the street. They're public streets. People should be able to park there for as long as they want, when they want, and move it for snow plowing. To me, this is just like so tedious. It's killing me because we already have code that spells this out. And it's like rewriting code for no reason. That's all I have to say.
Any other comments? We do have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
Trustee Caravas,
No.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment fails 5-2. Any further amendments? I have one little one, one little 2-word amendment. I would like to take the word destroys out of section 82-20, number 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 5th line. And it appears one other place that I haven't highlighted, but hopefully I can find. And
The only place where I have it and it shows up twice is in 8220 2. It shows up twice in that
yeah,
paragraph.
8220. Oh, is it in there twice?
Yeah, destroys and destroyed.
And it's just. I mean, can we just change it to damages? You know, I mean, I brought this up before, and I mean, to destroy something is totally different than, you know, moving it, or, you know, I understand that you might have to get inside and, you know, and hook something onto it, and, you know, and maybe it'll pull a bumper off or something, and that damages it, but destroys it implies that you could just about do anything you want, and that's okay. And I just think that we could temper that just a little bit. Could we just make it damages it?
I just want to clarify, this is only for when there's an imminent hazard to public health or safety. Are we authorized to destroy the vehicle?
You know, and that's what you said last time also. And the point of the matter is I don't think that even in a case like that you have to destroy something. But we'll see. We'll see if it gets a second. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
To be clear, so the amendment is just to remove the words "or destroys." Is that right?
In both places in which it appears.
It with damages.
And change it to damages.
Damages is in there.
Yeah.
Yes. Then take or destroys out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir, for the clarification. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller, Trustee Miller,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Trustee Lowell. Yay. I'll vote yay on this one.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we will vote on the ordinance as amended. Is that correct, Counselor?
That's correct.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Nay.
Trustee Rogan.
Nay.
No.
Ordinance 1092 passes on first reading 5-2. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
No, it's 4-3.
4-3.
4-3. I didn't. Trustee Watt, did you vote no? Okay, I didn't get that. It wasn't clear to me, and that's why I asked for clarification.
Mayor Angelo, excuse me, would you clarify for the person with their hand up that there will be a second reading of this with a public hearing involved?
Is there somebody with their hand up?
Oh, yes, there is.
I can't see that on the screen anywhere.
Just saw it on their name.
Yes, for anybody that was concerned that there wasn't public input on a first reading, there will be at the second reading of the ordinance. You'll have every opportunity to offer any input on the ordinance at second reading.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you, Trustee Rogan. Would you please read the consent agenda into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the consent agenda. Item 1 is Resolution 2020-189, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Town of Lyons and the City of Longmont for the development of a subterranean pump station. Item 2 is Resolution 2021-01, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the first and second amendments to the construction agreement with Davey Tree Expert Company for the Second Avenue Bridge Replacement Project. Item 3 is Resolution 2021-02, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Lyons roadway repairs flood recovery project. Item 4 is Resolution 2021-03, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, designating the official public notice location and the official newspapers of general circulation for the Town of Lyons, Colorado. Item 5 is Resolution 2021-04, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Lyons Valley River Park project. Item 6 is Resolution 2021-05, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the St. Vrain Creek Recovery Project. Item 7 is the January accounts payable. Item 8 are the December 21st, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And number 9 is the December 22nd, 2020 Special Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items that anybody wishes to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read by the town clerk. Are there no further questions? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Watt.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Under general business, Administrator Simonson, would you give us an update on item 1?
Sure. Item 1 was a request to be put on the agenda by Mr. Andy C. Pack, and he's on your video camera with you now. Welcome, Andy. Mr. CPAC is interested in a development opportunity on Main Street. And as you read from his agenda request, he's going to walk through that with you so you can better understand what he's proposing. His question is whether or not the board is willing to consider this development as economic development and eligible for Lake McIntosh water if it is required for his project. So we'll let you introduce yourself, Andy, and tell them a little bit about what you're considering on Main Street.
Hi, everybody. So I currently have 400 Main Street under contract. And what I'd like to do, and this all came to fruition months ago, is to build a condo unit on top for myself to live. So we started exploring that months ago, and it just kind of metastasized potentially to the neighbor's property, 425 High Street. So I think Victoria has presented you with a site plan
Do you guys have that in front of you by chance?
Not yet.
Okay. I was under the impression she was going to,
I was too, Andy. Right now, they have your request and they have the IGA from Longmont. What I'll do is send the clerk your site plan
okay.
to share right now up on the screen.
Yeah, it's not very complex. It's just an easy to read site plan. It shows 7 townhomes on the property, on both properties. But specifically, what I'm looking to do is develop 400 Main Street with 3 townhomes on top, rooftop townhomes, and they'd have rooftop decks. I've been in discussion with the neighboring property, the 2 girls who run the little yoga studio at 425 High Street. And they have some interest in selling and potentially also developing their property. That's the steel building. Are you guys familiar with that property there?
Yep.
It's, yeah, defined motion.
Yep. So that property would be raised and a totally new building, which would consist of 4 units, 3 stories. The first floor would be it'd be like a live work concept, similar to the Spark development in Boulder. So this is like an ideal product for these COVID times where a user could buy a unit and then work down below and then live above. Okay. And then those units would front High Street. They'd have garages that would back to 400 Main Street. And then 400 Main Street would have new garages backing to High Street. So there would be basically an alleyway between both parcels. Okay.
You have it ready. Oh,
definitely will help if you have that image, that site plan in front of you.
it's coming. Have you received it, Town Clerk?
I'm sorry.
So 425 High Street is a question mark, but the girls who own that property are interested in knowing if they sell the property and they redevelop it, if that would be construed as economic development, if it has a first floor commercial component. Okay. And then the Main Street property would the facade, the front elevation, I should say the south elevation, which is on Main Street, as well as the east elevation would be basically just get a facelift or a Band-Aid and just the plan would be to put maybe some a little bit more contemporary garage doors on the front and get a operating restaurant in the property. The diner's hasn't been operating for quite a while now. Does everyone have the plan there? Can everyone see that plan?
I've also sent it to individual emails, so people, if you want to look at it closer.
Are you seeing it on my screen, Victoria? Once I shared my screen, I can't see.
It's up. It's up.
Oh, no, it's there.
Yeah, we can see it.
There's also Town Clerk, there's a second one that's an aerial view with this overlaid on it.
Okay.
Which might be helpful. Yeah. There you go. It just might help with being able to see the underlying properties that are currently there.
So
can you move it up a hair, Dolores?
I'm trying.
Just your whole screen if you pull the blue bar up. Maybe not. Okay.
So this is a completely conceptual plan, and it would adjust to fit within your zoning regulations, okay? What we're trying to achieve here, and I've been trying to get an answer for at least 60 days, is whether or not this would be construed as economic development in order to receive the Macintosh shares. So it's kind of seems like an easy answer. You know, we would be revitalizing the existing 400 Street, Main Street building. The whole facade would be updated. And, you know, that would, of course, we'd work through the city to be sure that it looks fantastic. And then on the High Street property, that would all have a commercial component on the first floor. And that those spaces would be individuals that have small businesses. These would be live work buildings or live work condominiums. So before we, my plan is to move forward with the 400 Main Street property purchase, and I would like to build one of the rooftop condos for myself. And so when I started looking at that, and with an architect, we felt like we could get 3 units on top, and that would, be an efficient way to build. And then the girls came on board with potentially wanting to develop their property as well. So we're just looking for the answer, yes or no. Is this considered downtown economic development? So that's the only question I have for you. It's really not proposing this plan tonight, just wondering, can I get Macintosh water shares? And then we would go forward with as-built, getting the surveys and submit a bona fide plan, which I'm sure is an arduous journey.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Sorry. Can we take the plan off the screen so I can see everybody? Trustee Careless.
Question I have for staff is what kind of water requirements are required? How many shares?
Well, that's going to be a good question because as he just said, this is all, conceptual right now. Right now, both of the businesses on Main Street have a water share. And so any businesses on the south side of Main Street that have a living unit above them do not have a separate share of water, but they existed prior to us having an agreement with Longmont. So,
sorry, go ahead.
In regard to the one on the corner with Red Canyon Art, I can't imagine that the water usage between their one restroom and a living unit upstairs would exceed the maximum gallons allowed per unit of water. The restaurant would probably depend on what type of restaurant and how much we're talking about there, if there would need to be an additional share of water. There will definitely have to be new taps, but I'm not convinced that on Main Street there even has to be an additional share until we know the usage.
The reason I ask is I figured this would happen some point down the road after we accepted the Macintosh shares for economic development and affordable housing. Mm-hmm. If the businesses already have a water share, but the living units will need shares. They will need CBT shares unless they are permanently deeded affordable housing as per our agreements and the way we originally agreed to use the max shares. And that's why I asked the question.
Mm-hmm. You know, and then on the High Street side, I think that is clearly economic development overall. But that's just my opinion. I think there's some subtleties here that didn't make it quite as easy as it appears, you know, to Mr. CPAC. So,
thank you.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around this. I don't think it's simple in several respects. When we amended the agreement with Longmont to allow Lake McIntosh shares to be used in lieu of CBT shares for certain types of projects, it was, you know, Longmont in particular tried to make it pretty clear what types of projects could and could not, Lake McIntosh shares could and could not be used for. They could be used for affordable housing, but that's not, this is market rate housing. They could be used for economic development, and that's broadly, very broadly defined. So pretty much, as I read that, any commercial business that adds a job or two is probably economic development. But what was not specifically addressed in that is, what about mixed use? What if it's part market rate housing and part commercial? And it seems to me there's at least one other party that needs to be consulted on this, and that's the city of Longmont, because we're limited by our agreement with them as to what we can do. And maybe Longmont itself has had, because they take, when you sign on, connect to Longmont Water, they have similar type of restrictions, is my understanding, is they will also allow it in Longmont for affordable housing and economic development. But I don't think Longmont allows Lake McIntosh shares for market rate housing either. So Longmont's probably had a lot more experience with mixed use developments than Lyons has. So I'd really want to hear what the city of Longmont has to say, because we've always worked very cooperatively in a number of respects with the Longmont Water Department on our water situation. And I'd sure like to get a reading from them on what how they would consider this would apply to mixed use developments. So that's one issue, is, does it qualify for Lake McIntosh water share use under our agreement with Longmont, a mixed use project? It's part market rate housing and part commercial. The second issue here that I'm not sure is really before us tonight, but I can see it coming down the road here, and it's already been alluded to by Trustee Karabas, is what type of water share requirements are there for properties where the existing use is expanded? Instead of having one small restroom that's used during the time of day that a business is open, instead you have 2 or 3 residential units where people are there, living there year round. I see Utilities Director Kaplan online. I kind of looked at the code sections this afternoon that address that, and I don't find them particularly clear. Maybe Utilities Director Kaplan can give us some guidance on that, or Attorney Dittman, but I'm not real sure what happens. And it's just putting this project aside, for example, there are a lot of, basically houses on Main Street between 3rd Avenue and 4th Avenue that are 1,500 square feet or something like that. If somebody bought that and turned it into a 6-unit condo, would they have to put up more water shares?
They have to fit within the zoning.
It's not clear to me. But it's the same issue here. We've got the dance studio that has restaurants for its patrons' use. But if you take that same property and there's 4 end up being 4 high-end condos on the upper floor and a commercial property on the ground floor, how many water shares have to be put up in? I don't know. It's an issue that needs to be looked at, though. So that's my 2 points. We need to clarify with Longmont how do they handle mixed use developments when it comes to their use of Lake McIntosh shares, and I'd like to know eventually I want to know what the water share issue is, but I don't know that that's what we're being asked to decide tonight.
Trustee Howell.
Trustee Lowell has his hand up, sir.
Trustee Lowe.
So I'll have this question for Administrator Simonson. Given that this looks like a multi-unit development, if the worst case is that they have to buy CBT shares for these residential market rate condos, it would be less than a full share per unit. Am I correct? Wouldn't it be like 0.7 since they're in the same building?
They're actually not, I don't know if they're in the same building. Andy, are they in 400 and 402? Or are they both of your living units in 400?
That's a good question. It's uncertain where 400 and 402 are exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Is 402 the insurance office, or the owner has always called the building 400 Main Street. So
Okay.
I think under the assessor's office is 400 and 402.
I think he's planning to condominiumize this into 2 units, correct? It's not like it's attached or anything.
It potentially might be condominiumized into more than 2 units because the commercial units might be separated on Main Street.
Mm-hmm.
And keep this in mind, 425 High Street might not be part of this development at all. The girls just want an answer whether or not if they develop their property or develop it with this potential development, if they can get McIntosh water, and whether or not Longmont agrees to it or not, it would be great to have an answer from the city of Lyons this evening, how you see it in your eyes. I wasn't under the impression that you had the ability to make the decision and not have to go back to Longmont to ask them, because they've got their own issues in their own city. How do you see this plan if it just becomes?
Just so we're clear,
That's not the case.
Our agreement, and I did want to try to get this out to you guys also before, but there is also, if you look at the actual ordinance that we passed that allows the acceptance of this, the town may place conditions on acceptance of water rights in order to meet economic or housing goals. For example, Stock and Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company may be accepted by the town, provided that all approvals that are necessary for the town to use water from such shares has been obtained. So that was one of the requirements. And for us to be able to use that, we need to know Longmont will accept them, because all we do is take the shares and dedicate them to Longmont.
Got it.
So yes, I think we need to find out if Longmont does, but I also thought we wanted to know, yes, does the Board of Trustees feel that this is economic development as long as Longmont also accepts it as economic development? And if they will accept the shares from us, is that something we should be pursuing?
Thank you.
And in my discussions with Longmont, they basically say, if your Board of Trustees defines economic development, we're going to accept that. So I think whatever this board decides is definitely going to have an impact on Longmont giving its stamp.
So
any discussions with the girls in regard to maintaining the dance studio?
Apparently, the COVID scenario has really upset their business. They're very sentimental about the location and the community. Obviously, they've been there for 12 years. So they're undecided, what to do. But they gave me the go ahead to submit the plan, and they're interested in hearing what you have to say and what potential builders have to offer. And they're willing to be part of a development as well. They're interested in that. Their plan is to stay and live in the community, and nobody's really sure where COVID's going to lead. I mean, I'm here in Boulder, and 30% of the restaurants are not coming back here for sure, and probably 30% of the commercial space is not coming back. At least that's what I'm hearing from my Remax office and the real estate industry. It could be worse than that. Who knows?
Well, I love the concept of the ateliers. That's a store on the ground floor and a living quarters on the second story. That's
Yeah.
a terrific concept.
I agree.
On High Street, did I hear you correctly? Saying that that would be 3 stories?
Well, what would happen there? It's very similar to what, I don't know if you ever come to Boulder and on Pearl Street, especially I would say east of Broadway. There's several developments, Element Properties, AGR have developed many communities basically right on Pearl that are, they're 3 stories, but they look like 2 stories basically. So you'd have the first floor would be the commercial component, and then the second floor would be most of the living space. And then the third floor would be set back visually from the streetscape. And you might have a bedroom and some flex space. And then most of that third floor would be a patio.
Okay.
And Mr. CPAC does have some visuals, if that would be helpful, that he's found from other places around the country to kind of show what it potentially looks like when you do that third up there. If that's helpful.
Yeah, I
sent them to all of you as well.
Oh, you did? Okay, thanks. I just took some shots. Usually every August, I take a trip around the country on my overlanding vehicle. And I just took some shots and I sent those to Victoria. They're from Whitefish, Montana, downtown. There's a strip, it's called the Core Downtown, and that's basically like 6 townhomes. And that can kind of give you a visual.
It was helpful to me to see it. Trustee Miller's had her hand up quite a while, Mayor.
Trustee Miller, I apologize. Go ahead.
I have 2 things to say. First of all, please don't refer to Allie and Jasmine as the girls anymore. They're full-grown women. It's sort of disrespectful, I think.
Well, I didn't mean that at all. They're the most
second, I also don't agree with giving Lake McIntosh shares to this development because I don't think it fits the definition. That is my opinion.
Any further discussion? Trustee Wah.
So I just want to clarify, we're not talking about granting shares to Mr. CPAC. We're reviewing whether or not we would accept McIntosh shares that he went out and secured with his own resources and so forth. So this is not giving up the 10 that we just bought or however many we just bought. I guess, in general, I think CBT shares are ridiculously expensive and overkill. And I think whenever the town of Lyons and the city of Longmont will accept McIntosh shares or any other economic shares, we should do it. And this is definitely economic development. I have a lot of concerns about I don't think we're going to need any more water shares because Red Canyon Arts already has water. I don't think that quite jives with my idea of a development plan and how it all works. Having been through a development plan, I know it doesn't quite work that way, or it doesn't always work that way. But I think if Mr. CPAC's ready to make an investment in this town, and we can cut the cost from $70,000 plus to $14,000 to get the water that the city needs, the city of Longmont needs, and we should definitely accept it. And I think that should be, I don't need to see pictures of what it's going to look like to know that that's the right thing to do by developers. If we want people to come with good ideas, we need to help them out economically. And it doesn't cost us a dime to accept these McIntosh shares. So I don't even know why we need to have an argument or discussion about it, to be honest with you. But
any further comments? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur entirely with Trustee Miller. on all points. I would also point out to the board and to Mr. CPAC that, you know, we've had this discussion before about having 3 stories, and it's not a matter of what the aesthetics are. Our fire department cannot service a 3rd story. We don't have a ladder truck. So if there is a fire, they can't get up there with a ladder truck. So that's something that I think the board really needs to look at before we consider this development plan. Thank you.
You're welcome. Further comments? I'm absolutely with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think that we need to know from Longmont if it's acceptable. I've heard from Administrator Simonson that if the Board of Trustees is in agreement, that most likely Longmont would be. I know that Director Kaplan has a very good relationship with Longmont, and if they were amenable to accepting Lake McIntosh shares, I agree 100% with Trustee Roth. When somebody comes to town and they're willing, and don't think that just because somebody comes to town and they're willing to invest their money, that there's not a risk. There's always a risk. When somebody is willing to come to town and take the risk, then I think that we should give them every opportunity to be successful. And that's my opinion on it. But I cannot make a final opinion until I get that determination from Longmont. I think that's correct. Further comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to say, I do think that this would meet the economic development definition. It's really broad. Pretty much anything will meet that that's commercial in nature, but I think everybody needs to understand that the commercial component of whatever is done on either lot or both of these lots is what would qualify it for Lake McIntosh shares. From what the description I've heard, it seems to be the primary focus here seems to be on market rate housing as the dog with wagging the little tail of a commercial development, that we're going to put some restaurant in there. But while I do think that the mixed use project with commercial on the downstairs and residential up top meets the definition of economic development, and if Longmont's willing to accept our opinions on that, great. We do need to clarify that with Longmont in advance, but let's be real clear that it's the commercial component that qualifies it. And if this morphs during the process into a tiny little nook of a restaurant and 6 luxury condos, then you stretched it too far. The commercial component is vital to this, and not just because of the definitions under Longmont, but we are bound by our agreements with Longmont. We can't breach our contract with Longmont, and we can't take the risk of accepting Lake McIntosh shares just because we think it's economic development and then have Longmont tell us, oh, sorry, we've turned down similar projects here. That leaves the town at risk, and we're not going to take that risk. But I'll just point out to everybody that in terms of potential revenue to the town, the commercial part is important because sales tax at this point would go to the town budget. And if you're thinking increased property tax from the market rate housing in the condos, think again, because all the property tax is going to go to the URA. So
I don't think that the concept of ateliers, where people who have a business on the ground floor and an apartment on the 2nd story would qualify as luxury condominiums. I mean, what is your interpretation of that, Andy?
Well, that's really all in the eyes of the, all of you. I mean, I think some of you might think that that's, it's high end. I mean, to build nowadays it's very expensive. And for some people, there's no way that you can even afford to try to build or to buy something that's new. I mean, that the properties that would be built on High Street, if that came to fruition in Boulder, the old units are $1.4 million for something like that. And, you know, it's impossible. So yeah, they're expensive no matter how you look at it. So, but that being said, if you go to San Francisco or other communities, Seattle, a lot of people are able to buy those units. So I don't know how to answer that really. It really depends on how deep your pockets are or how you look at things, I guess. It's very expensive for most people in the country. These are just some shots I took of, these are from Whitefish, Montana.
Wendy?
So this right here, this is the High Street property, how I kind of envision the High Street property, looking at it from north to south. So that would be, and these are 6 units, but those all have rooftop views. So the third floor, so that has a third floor, believe it or not. And we did talk to the fire department already, and they went over all their concerns regarding a third story. And these are all over the country. This is just Whitefish, Montana. If you go to Oregon or Portland or any of these progressive cities, you have these in downtowns. It's like, you know, similar to Boulder.
Thank you, Dolores.
Trustee Miller, did you have a question or a statement?
I just wanted to make one more comment about the project and the fact that the water shares are already there for the commercial businesses. So it's really the economic development piece doesn't really matter because the water's already there for that. It would be the housing that would need the water shares. Therefore, it is not affordable housing, which is what you would look at, I would think, considering the fact that that's what the water would be used for. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay,
Well,
I think that
you'd be updating the existing building on Main Street. The front elevation would get it would be very different. We would like to keep all the sandstone and add some basically, like, I hate to say the word garage doors, but just more like bistro style component that would mirror what's across the street. We would have like black steel mixed with clear glass doors, just an update from 1967, which is what you have right now, that would attract tenants. And on a High Street, those would all be 4 new businesses that would be people that would be buying those units would be moving to Lyons and living there, providing a business and working upstairs. They wouldn't be driving, they wouldn't be commuting into town, and it would add to the streetscape where people would be walking and enjoying Lyons like they are now, but even more so, in my opinion.
Trustee Caravas.
Andy, when you talk about the live-work component and the plans, the working down, the business downstairs, and living upstairs, is that for that particular individual that lives upstairs, has that business, or is that for someone else? They have the business, they may work there, but they live upstairs. How does that work? And the reason I ask is, if it is a live-work, say I'm an artist or a sculptor, and I actually personally suck at art, but if I actually had a decent ability to do it and I live upstairs, I work downstairs. But if I lose my business, do I still able to live there, then sublet it out? How does that live-work component actually work?
That's a great question. And that's something that would probably have to be in the condominium docs, So yeah, if somebody has a business for 10 years and they all of a sudden have a health issue and they don't want to move, can they lease that space out? That's something that is open for discussion, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, just one more thing, Administrator Simonson. I don't think I got a clear answer to my question. If this were condominiumized, for example, the high street component of it, the 4 condos on top of one building, if it were CBT shares that were required, would it not be less than 1 share per condo? Isn't it like 0.7? I mean, we're doing this with Summit, right? With their multifamily?
Yeah, it's called multifamily housing. If it's condominiumized, it's each is a separate property owned by separate individuals.
So, okay, so it wouldn't qualify.
Multifamily, Summit owns all of it.
Okay.
And so we use the 0.7. Dolores and Aaron just got back today, so we haven't had a lot of time to talk to him about the units. But if it's defined as multifamily, yes, it's a 0.7 shares per unit. If it is a separate individual home property, then it would be required 1 per unit.
Full share.
Okay, so it would be a full share. Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Trustee Wah has his hand up.
Trustee Wah.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm just confused. It seems like we're doing a design review. And I thought the question was, would we accept Macintosh water shares? We're giving a lot of advice and a lot of suggestions and bringing up things about 3rd floors that have no relevance to this topic, in my opinion. So can we have a plan of action, which is to ask Longmont, would this qualify as economic development? Can we just say that we're going to ask that question and move on?
That is going to end up, I'm sure, being the consensus of the Board of Trustees, is that we need that answer to be able to move on. I mean, that's what I think. Trustee Caravas, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd like to get clarification definitely from Longmont, make sure we are within our legal definitions.
Trustee Lowe?
That's Longmont.
Trustee Rogan?
Concur.
Trustee Wah?
Yep. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yes, I believe it qualifies as economic development, but I want to clarify that with Longmont before we would give a final answer.
Trustee Miller?
You know where I stand. I concur. We need to talk to Longmont, however.
Okay, so that is the consensus of the Board of Trustees. Administrator Simonson, Director Kaplan, could you please get us an answer by the next meeting?
Yep.
Thank you.
Is this worth a special meeting if we get an answer on this tomorrow?
No.
No. Okay. Mr. CPAC, as he said, time, it takes, it's 2 weeks between every meeting.
Actually, it's been at least 60 days. I've been wondering, whether or not this would qualify. And it seems like a relatively simple question. I know it's not, but if you could, give me a nod, I'm more or less, I know you want to hear from Longmont, that would be great, but what does the city of Lyons think, overall? Unless you just done that, is that a consensus? Is that 5 out of 7 or who gave that a go ahead? Like, who sees this as economic development?
Well, I don't know about a special meeting. We'll have to discuss that. Let's see what the answer is. Let's see what the answer is, and that can be a decision that either 4 trustees can make, or that I can call for you, Andy, and I would be more than happy to if the trustees concur on that. I don't have a problem with that. But what we need is the answer from Longmont.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you taking this into consideration, and nice to meet you all, and thanks for staying up late.
You
Oh.
betcha. This
Aaron
isn't late. This isn't late.
Director Kaplan and I will reach out tomorrow to Longmont and get whatever is necessary to set up a discussion with them.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Go ahead, sir.
We had, during this conversation, it was indicated to us, I think both by Director Kaplan and Town Administrator Simonson, that if this is the desire of the Board of Trustees of Lions, that Longmont will be much more likely to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
So can we have a straw man vote so that Aaron or someone could go and say, hey, it looks like 5 out of 7 or 7 out of 7 trustees would be open to considering this as economic development, so that maybe we don't have to get the answer of, well, yeah, we'll accept it if that's what you guys really want.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
If we can expedite the process.
Thank you very much. That's what I'm looking for.
Counselor, what's your opinion on that?
The board cannot take any action in this meeting, but if we want to get it go around the table and say, this is what I think it is, and we would take that information to Longmont with the understanding that it's not a final decision, we can certainly do that.
Trustee Caravas?
Looking at what we have in some of the answers, it looks like it probably is. So I'd probably say 75% yes.
Trustee Lowell?
Just nervous about providing cut rate water shares for what could turn out to be $500,000, $750,000, $1 million condos possibly.
Trustee Rogan?
I agree with Trustee Lowell.
Trustee Miller?
I agree with Trustee Rogan and Trustee Lowell.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I believe it qualifies as economic development, subject to any disagreement by Longmont. Unless Longmont disagrees, I believe it qualifies as economic development.
Trustee Wall?
I concur. I believe that it constitutes economic development. And I believe that water is too expensive in the state of Colorado in general. And if we can, it doesn't cost us anything to accept Macintosh shares as a town of Lions. It does not cost us anything.
We're right back to where we were because I want the opinion of Longmont first. And I think that you can get it very quickly. I know that Aaron has a very good relationship. You can say that the board is anxious for their opinion on it. Let's just put it that way. Aaron, I know that you can handle this. And Administrator Simonson, I know you can as well. So let's get the answer. And if we need to expedite the process, we can do it then.
Mayor Angelo, point of process, can we take a 5-minute break?
We certainly can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you all done with me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a good night. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
We'll let you know quickly, Andy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
You betcha. Okay, let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're waiting for Trustee Watt. Nope, there he is.
Oh, he's there.
3, 4. We have everybody? Yes. Okay. Are you ready, Administrator Simonson? Yeah. She just brought us candy, so she just went back into her office, so it'll take a little while.
I'm here.
Okay. Item 2 under general business.
Okay, hopefully your cover memo did a fairly good job describing this, but basically we have been contacted by the Denver Regional Council of Governments that 2 capital projects we've had on the list for many years have finally risen to the top of that list. And they want to know if the town is in a position that we want to accept the grant funding toward those projects, or if we are not prepared to do that in the next 2 years, that they get dropped to the bottom of the list. So the 2 projects are, and you don't have to accept, it can be one or the other, neither, they're not grouped together. The first project has to do with the US 36 St. Vrain Corridor Trail. This project has come up before under flood recovery and is actually already 100% designed. This would be a 10 to 12 foot multi-modal hard surfaced path that would run from McConnell Drive intersection or Stone Canyon intersection, but would be on the south side of the highway, out to the 3666 junction. What it would do would allow bicycles, golf carts, if you so choose, walkers, to be able to get out to the businesses along the Eastern Corridor more safely. There's not a bike lane on the highway in that section, so bicyclists could also use it. As I said, this is currently in the grant application. The project is budgeted at $1,048,000 and would require a 12% local match of $125,760. So this project, I know there was some concern when we talked about it last time that what about the ditch companies and trying to cross those? When we designed this the first time around, there's 3 ditches that we have to cross with this project. 2 of them already signed off, 1 had not. We were in negotiations with them, but once we knew the time frame to spend that grant money was expiring and we still had a ways to go, this project did not move forward. So since I found out about this, I have been in touch with Highland Ditch Company. But it has been phone tag. They call me back, I call them back. The staff that dealt with this actually said we've had 2 successful ditch crossing agreements with Highland since this was an obstacle a year or so ago. And so when we brought the Eastern Corridor utility systems, we got an agreement approved with Highland Ditch. And when we did the St. Vrain Creek restoration behind McConnell Drive, we also worked out an agreement with them. So although I can't 100% right now say that it's all wonderful, we have had a couple successes with them since then. In regard to where would we come up with $125,000 match, depending on when we would choose to implement the project, it needs to be completed by the end of 2023. Although I would like to do it sooner than that if possible while we have grant staff. The board did budget in 2020 a $125,000 match to the 4th Avenue Ped Bridge. And then if you recall, we got that funding. So we have 125,000 in the 2020 budget that instead of earmarking it for that project could be earmarked to this one if the board so chose, and then carry it into next year when it would happen. So should we break these up into 2 projects to discuss? And was that a yes? Wendy's saying yes.
Yes.
Mayor, you're mute. I can't hear you.
You're muted, sir.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
There's the match.
Yeah.
I agree that we could and we probably should use that pedestrian bridge money. This is a project that's been on the books for over 20 years. But isn't there also a cost that we have to incur with Highland Ditch?
Potentially. When we last negotiated this, there was discussion, and they expressed a desire to have a piece of equipment along the ditch replaced on their behalf. I don't know if they have since replaced it on their own. I mean, there could be some other factors there. The other, if this is considered a trail improvement, there's potential. If we aren't going to do it for another year, we could apply for some GOCO grants. We could apply, the Parks Fund, as you guys know, has a fairly healthy reserve. We could do that if we needed to, but I wouldn't want to go into it with that we would have to. The concern that the staff that worked on this last time, it was two of the flood recovery staff, actually Philip Strom and Erica Archer worked on this. Their concern was more so the other businesses that are currently located out there, because they may have to give up 10 feet of the area they lease from the town to be able to have the trail go through. So we would need to time their lease agreements or make an amendment to their current lease if it doesn't expire by that time, to acquire 10 feet. I mean, we own the property, but they're leasing it from us. They all have different terms.
So I think that all but the Clark's Hardware lease would allow for the trail to go through.
Well, and everyone knew about it before and was supportive because they saw it as really an opportunity for people to come out and get there safely. Right now, you have to go out on the highway and it's dirty and it's loud and it's kind of scary if you have little ones with you. And I've also heard from the people considering development on the Eastern Corridor that this is critical to offering a really good experience of if you are staying out there or working out there, and that you could jump on a bike or a golf cart and get to town safely.
And Mary Angela, to more directly answer your question about the fees of the ditch company, I think I remember correctly from the Eastern Corridor Utilities Project crossing agreement, that was about a $10,000 fee, I want to say, the ditch company. Somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 for their crossing agreement fee. And then what they originally were asking for, I think, was valued about $120,000, $140,000 for the infrastructure they wanted the town to give in exchange for the access we wanted earlier. So things have gone better with the Highland Ditch since then, significantly better. And I think we'd probably position ourselves a little differently this time as well if we were to proceed with this project. I think we'd probably want to get right-of-way specialists on board as part of this project right away, considering the lease issues and the Highland Ditch issues as well. But I think just to answer your question more directly, I think those are kind of the costs that I recollect could be at play here.
Well, my only strategy would have been, and what I was getting at, is that we have the money for the matching grant. And how much is the grant, Madam Administrator?
$1,048,000.
So I like the concept of leveraging $125,000 into an over $1 million grant. I love that. That's good business. But we could also, since we have until 2023, either use some of the extra money that we put into the general fund, I believe, or we could wait until next year and appropriate the money in next year's budget. Either way, I mean, if it's not going to be, but I'd like to know how much Highland Ditch is going to cost us so we can strategize on that. Whether we do it this year on top of the 125,000 from the 4th Avenue Bridge, or wait until next year to pay for the Highland Ditch improvement. But I think that we should do it. I mean, like I said, this has been on the books, if you want to know the truth, since my last term, and that was over 20 years ago. So I think that this would be fantastic. And the concept of being able to access it from the Eastern Corridor, to me, is just fantastic. And the safety improvement for the bicyclists, I also think would be prudent. Any other comments, Trustee Lowe?
I think it's a great idea. Take it from somebody who's ridden a bike along that stretch of the road. It's very dangerous. I keep waiting to get run over. My only question is, once you get to the 3666 intersection, there had been talk in the past of putting a
Underpass.
tunnel, an underpass, and then continuing that on the way to Longmont. So, to say it will benefit whoever the businesses or residents down in the Eastern Corridor is a little disingenuous right now until we see what the timetable for the rest of that's going to be. I can imagine people going to the intersection, yeah, you can cross over there, but then on the other side, you've just got a dirt path, just like you did previously. So,
well, there's a couple factors there. One is once we get to the intersection, then it becomes the St. Vrain Greenway corridor trail. Then we get help from Boulder and Longmont, and probably the state on making the rest of it. When they put the bridge back in at 3666, they said they put a shelf in. So that piece is there. It's really the connection. So, we'd go as far as we can with this grant. If we can get past, our section, fine. But right now we don't, technically we don't own underneath that bridge. That's the county or the state. But they have told me in the past, they put the shelf in for it. Longmont fully supports this, and so does in Boulder County. And then they would help with the stretch from our property and west or east.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There were two significant problems in trying to get this project done under the post-flood grants. One was that the actual federal grant money could not be used to pay Highland Ditch's the cost for doing the agreement with Highland Ditch. And you're right, they wanted us to basically, as I read it, heard about it at the time, basically rebuild a big part of their intake structure. So let me address that part of it first. Would grant money be available to pay whatever it costs us to reach an agreement with Highland Ditch and the other ditches? Can we use part of this grant money, or do we have to come out of pocket again?
What I recall is when we rewrote this grant, we did put into the grant that there could be some cost to Highland. Now, before we accept these, we will negotiate a true agreement. We can try to put it in at that point. But these were submitted for the 2020 through 2023 cycle. So, but I think we did, Mark. I haven't been able to get that whole thing out yet, but it's my recollection that we did put something in there that said we were going to have to negotiate a crossing agreement with Highland.
I think if I remember correctly, it was something about right-of-way acquisition costs we put in and legal fees associated with that.
I do too. I remember that. So I believe so, but we apply for so many different grants for so many projects. I need to really look at it.
I mean, that was one big aspect of the roadblock we ran into, is that whatever we might have ultimately negotiated with Highland, and there's two other ditches. I think we never got past first base with Highland, so we never got to the other two ditch companies. But whatever we might have had to pay them, and you're right, I think Attorney Dittman is right that their demands were in the range of $135,000, $140,000, something like that. Was the grant money wouldn't cover it. That was additional money the town of Lyons was going to have to come out of pocket, which was something we just didn't have. So that's one problem. Is one issue is, will this grant money that we're going to get, the total of which was $1,048,000 plus $125,000 match. So you're looking at about $1.2 million of funds. Well, I guess another way to do it would be, could our match consist of whatever we have to pay the ditch company? But I don't want us to get into that situation again, where we're partway through a project and all of a sudden we can't use the grant money to cover these costs and we have to dip into our own pockets for it. That was one problem. The second problem was the timing of it. We did the planning costs, spent $80 plus thousand before we went to Highland Ditch. And when we went to Highland Ditch knew this was a big project to the town of Lyons. They knew that we had already sunk costs into it, and they had the negotiating leverage. And their demands were outrageous. That was the opinion of the board at the time. Trustee Caravas was on it. Trustee Miller was on it. These, you could say that they were just exorbitant. You could even use the word extortion. They had us between a rock and a hard place, and they knew it, and they maximized their demands. And that's not the only time that kind of thing happened. Mayor, you may think it's funny, but that's not the only time it's happened in flood recovery projects. We ran into the same thing on the Apple Valley water line. You've seen the same type of reaction by the property owners next to the Second Avenue Bridge. If we get so far along in a project that the other party we have to negotiate with believes that they've got us between a rock and a hard place and can put the screws to us, it happens over and over and over. And I don't want to see it happen again. So the proper sequence here, putting the cart behind the horse, is find out what we're going to have to pay the ditch companies before we commit to the grant. That's what should have been done last time. That should have been done before all the planning was done. Instead, we spent $80,000 of our money that we will never get reimbursed to do a bunch of planning. And then we found out Highland Ditch was going to make such demands on us that we couldn't complete the project. So I don't want to see that act repeated. And the fact that we were able to reach agreements in the meantime with digging under the ditch, which was what the utility extension to the Eastern Corridor was, or temporary access for bank restoration, does not tell me that they will agree to above their ditch bridges or whatever else we have to build for this. So I would have expected there to have already been substantive talks with Highland Ditch and the other two ditch companies before this got to the board, as please accept this grant, and there's deadlines.
Well,
this is an important project, but so I want to know what negotiations there have been with all three ditch companies already. And what I'm hearing is, on this specific project, none. So that's, and I don't want to put ourselves in the position we were put in before. And I'm, as important as this project is, we got to do it right this time, because I'm not going to repeat that mistake.
It's precisely the same position I took with Administrator Simonson. And that's why she mentioned originally at the beginning of this discussion that she's been, for all intents and purposes, trying to communicate, trying to get some kind of understanding, trying to get some kind of cost. And basically, so far it's been a phone tag. But I knew that you would bring this up because you brought this up last time. And so we just haven't been able to get the answer yet. But the grant is in the works. And so it's okay that it be brought to the Board of Trustees and reviewed before an agreement is finalized with Highland. That may take a little while longer, but Administrator Simonson is working on it, and I knew it would be your concern, as it is mine. We don't want to get held up again.
We don't. But DRCOG has a timeline. It was over the holidays. It's really hard to communicate with groups.
But that's what happened last time.
I know, but I don't control the
FEMA had
timing.
deadlines. We had to commit. We spent $80,000, and all of a sudden somebody held a gun to our head and says, I want you to buy me $140,000 of equipment. I understand you've tried to contact them, but the history of dealing with Highland Ditch is they will stall, not communicate. And it's to their advantage to have us commit to this and then negotiate with them. It's to our advantage to negotiate with them first.
Well, we aren't signing an agreement with DRCOG at this point. They're just saying, do you have an interest or do you want us to move you to the bottom of the list? If you think you want to pursue this in the next 2 years, let us know. Otherwise, we're going to give it to the city of Boulder. And that's all they're asking now. We aren't signing an agreement, so I can try to make that happen before that agreement comes before us if we move forward.
Let me call on Trustee Miller, Counselor, and then I'll have you make your statement. Trustee Miller.
I just wanted to ask Administrator Simonson if we could still use the plans that we had.
Yes.
That's what I thought, because nothing's changed.
No, it's 100%.
In fact, we're in a better position now because Western Stone is, moving right. We had to try and negotiate with him and his lease, so that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah.
So I feel like that $80,000 isn't just for naught, that we originally spent on the project if we move forward with this, right?
We have it designed. We'd be able to go to the table saying, this is what we want to do.
Right. Okay, great.
Counselor?
Yeah, it's one other thing I want to add to the difficulties with the last project, a couple other projects too, is I think the board needs to go in with the expectation that we may need to pursue, at least go to the steps of condemnation and be okay with that. I think part of the problem in at least the last ditch project, or excuse me, the last trail project, is that the board was very clear it didn't really want to go down that path. And we had to come empty threats in terms of what we could do to acquire the property. And so I think the board, as part of this, should, and we put it in the budget, in the grant, I think we talked about earlier, that there would be acquisition costs that included legal fees. But I mean, the town has the authority to acquire this property and we would, of course, would love to reach an amicable resolution, but I think we should have the expectation, if we're seriously going to consider these types of projects, that we may need to acquire property through litigation. And as we've learned on other projects, that takes time. And so we need to go into it with the understanding that's a possibility.
Further comments? Trustee Rogan?
I think this is so exciting. I am 100% behind this. It's about time. It's kind of like we got to the top of the DRCOG list. And, assuming that we can get the ditch stuff figured out before we signed agreements, I think there's nothing in this that says to me, don't go. I think it's fantastic.
Trustee Kervis.
The previous two boards, we worked on these lists with Administrator Simonson and the rest of staff. I think this is some of the lists we ramped a couple of times, I believe, Victoria, if I recall correctly. And the trail is a big deal, but the problems we ran into, as Mayor Pro Tem Brown is indicating, is a concern of mine. And an additional concern is what Trustee Lowell has brought up is great. We get it done. I do recall the shelf being put in or being talked about. I'm assuming it's there.
I know, I don't know.
CDOT right away underneath 36 Bridge. But how long does it sit there and not get used? It does get used from the intersection into town, which is great for safety, and hopefully gets some of the bikes, pedestrians off the highway where there is no real bike lane. I think there's a stripe there. It's pretty thin, pretty narrow area, pretty dangerous with big semi trucks on it. So I am in favor of the trail. I love the idea of connecting Longmont and Boulder and the different lakes and in the Pella Crossing area and going through that area. But to me, these two projects probably should be somewhat discussed together, because the Broadway improvements we also discussed in the previous two boards on the economic development side of things. It adds parking, which we talked about a parking study, and we're supposed to add parking. That takes care of that. Getting some of the employees parking out of or off of Main Street to the backside. If we have some parking there, that helps that situation. It improves the roadway. It theoretically should make that 7th or Highway 7 Broadway intersection safer. It helps with the roadway as we do the Safe Routes to School project. It allows those businesses in South Main to expand south if they want. I'm sure that at least one of them will probably do it fairly soon. And that adds to the tax base that the Urban Renewal Authority that's in place down there now would add or accumulate funds. Because there are projects underneath that Main Street, underneath that road, underneath the parks that need to be addressed, and having the Urban Renewal Authority accumulate funds a little faster would be very beneficial. And what I'm getting at is with the other match, I believe it's around just under 400,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, this 125 can be part of that 400, because 400,000 for us is with the budget session we just went through is pretty steep. I have faith in our staff of getting out the grants, because they've done very well at that, and I suspect they continue to do so. But I don't want to rely on that because of the old-fashioned what-if situation.
Sure.
So if it were to come to one or the other, I would probably lean towards the Broadway improvement and use the 125K for that. However, I do recall some of our late meetings in the previous boards, Victoria, that I think we definitely talked about whether I don't know if I ever saw the actual contract or the submission of the request, that we did add the costs in for the ditch company, the legal issues, but I definitely want clarification that we at least accounted for some of that in there to go ahead with both of them. So that's the situation. That's the spot I'm coming from. I'd love to hear other feedback on that, pros, cons, yes, no's, whatever. But that's where I'm at.
Thank you. So where are we in regard to the trail?
We haven't heard from Trustee Law.
From who?
Support the trail. I don't want to use the money that we've allocated for roads. The roads in Old Town are terrible. And the plan that we're on, we keep pushing that one down the path as well. So, if we can fund the Broadway project, great. But I don't think we should steal from the roads and streets money that we allocated. I think the roads in town need the attention, and we put them off long enough.
Can I ask what the match on the Broadway Avenue improvements is?
Yeah, the Broadway project is a almost $2 million project, and that one is a 20% match. So it's $393,200. This is one that, again, has been out there for at least 10 years, maybe more, and is really looked at as, even though it's mostly a multimodal path on the south side of Main Street, or the south side of Broadway, what it really does is adds 51 parking stalls to our downtown, which is huge. Slows down traffic on Broadway and allows Broadway to become a front instead of the back of businesses, if they so choose to do that, the homeowner or the property owners. I think the other really exciting thing about this project is it does connect Highway 7 to the St. Vrain Corridor Trail, which will then take you all the way to 36. So as we know, we've had deaths along that stretch of cars hitting bikes as well, and would allow locals to have a nice place to be able to get down that stretch that would be ADA accessible and some other things. So yeah, this one definitely is a bigger hit to us. I understand, Trustee Wah, what you're saying, because I'm the same way. I'm like, man, we have so many road projects to do. But to me, this is a much higher level project than that. That is an economic development and health and safety and ADA and mobility, all sorts of issues. When it comes to the streets, as you know, we did that master plan and we're looking at ways to fund that. And one of them was to put aside this money, but this is street improvements too. It's just not our local streets. You know, depending on the timing we say we can do this in, we will get out there and we will look for grants. I was told GOCO might have an interest in this one specifically, since it connects major trailheads to each other.
How many parking spaces?
51.
That's huge.
That's huge for us. That's huge for us. Yeah. Trustee Lowell has his hand up, sir.
Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, I have when I read through this, and then when I took a walk down through there, I was trying to conceptualize this whole thing.
Yeah.
So the trail would be on the Sandstone Park side of Broadway.
Yes.
But it wouldn't usurp any of the depot or Sandstone Park. In other words, Broadway would shift north like a whole lane probably.
No, I see it as, and there is a drawing in there. I sent you the link to the applications because they're lengthy and there's maps in there.
Okay.
Actually, the northern edge of Sandstone Park would get cut in about 8 feet,
Okay.
8 to 10 feet, so that you could parallel park along that whole north edge.
And where would the trail be then?
Right next to that.
Okay.
And then there was even talk about, do you do a knee wall or some form of a fence so that then when people are using that area for concerts, it's safer as well.
I like the idea of the additional parking spots. I do not like the idea of parallel parking. I think it's I would rather have head-in parking if that was allowed. I think it's just people are more inclined to just pull into a space rather than to jockey their car around, especially in a high traffic area like that. I feel the same way about the main street through town. It's the same deal.
Sure. No, that was a discussion with CDOT and what they would allow, but we can revisit.
Okay.
Greg, you just push the button on your car, it'll park itself now.
What? What?
Push the button on your car, it'll park itself now.
My Stanley steamer? No, I don't think so.
Sorry.
Further comments? That's great. Mayor Pro Tem.
We didn't, I wasn't clear if we were taking up these one at a time or not, but if we're now talking about the Broadway thing, the parking is important. And I do think it would help downtown business, but Trustee Wah identifies what reality is and what our citizens would have to understand if we did this, which is your streets are going to stay in a state of disrepair for years to come. And we traded repaving and improving a lot of our residential streets to do a Broadway project. I'm concerned that we haven't had enough public input on that. I don't think the materials in here were fine, but I think that I would like to hear from town citizens about that, and let's basically communicate that we have a priority choice to make here. Do we redo Broadway, add parking places, produce some economic development to benefit businesses? Are you willing to trade your torn up, potholed, unrepaired neighborhood streets for that project? I'd like to hear what they had to say, because I think that is actually the trade-off. Unless if grants are allocated, of course. But I think street paving has been put off for many years around here. Well, we got some of it done with a flood grant that was kind of a stretch to do, but we did it. But particularly in the older part of town, I think people need to realize that if we come up with $400,000 from our street fund to match this, they're not going to get their streets paid for a long time. That's my view. So it's worth pursuing, but I want more citizen feedback on that before we finally agree to it.
Okay.
So I had listed a few alternatives regarding this, but both the city of Boulder and DRCOG are waiting for some form of a response. We do have, like I said, the type projects are not tied to each other, so you could accept one and not the other. You could accept them both, or we can not accept either. And then our projects do go to the bottom of the list, and that is how that works. And this, like I said, is a cycle that this project has to be completed by 2023 if we do this. So we do have a little time. One of the other things about that 393,000 is because some of this is trail, you could use some parks reserves. We could get partial grants and maybe just a little portion of that 300 we set aside this year go from streets. So, I mean, there's some, depending on our timing on these. It is also possible we could try to get through the design in 2020 at the end of this year, early next year, and keep Tracy on staff to operate these 2 federal grants. So that would be, from a staffing perspective, that would be great because they were involved with writing both of these grants, getting the design, and have them carry it out. So to the staff, 2022 would be the best time to do this, and really hit the GoCo cycles and other things hard.
And when do we need to let GoCo know, Administrator Simonson?
GoCo is an open cycle pretty much anytime.
DRCOG, I'm sorry.
DRCOG is waiting to hear. I told them that, I put it in my report 2 weeks ago and that we were meeting tonight. Because
and when do they need to know by?
As soon as possible.
Okay. How confident are you that we could get grants for the Broadway Avenue improvements?
We do pretty well. We do pretty well, and we have not had a GoCo grant for quite a while. It was kind of earmarked for the last phase of Bone Park for our next big grant. But if this is what we would prefer to go for, we just shift gears. 300,000 was a lot to put in the street fund in the first year. So, I mean, that's really was a nice amount. But we also charged to the, I think it was Murray Smith who did that capital improvement program. There were other funding mechanisms that we could consider there as well, if we have to use a piece of it. But the backdrop is if we have to use all of it, it is there. But that's not the intent of staff at all. Because I'm with you, our streets need serious attention.
So in regard to the paving plan that I recollect,
yeah,
how much can be used if we appropriated that? Could we spend that $393,000 this year?
Could we on streets?
Yeah.
If you guys budgeted for it, you just set it aside this year. But yes, I mean, that's the intent, is to use it on local streets. Street improvements, sidewalks, bikes, the whole thing.
Trustee Miller.
What happens if we take the money or, accept the money, for both projects and then realize a little bit down the road we can only do one? Can we turn it back over to that? How does that work? I mean,
You go to the bottom of the list. That's kind of your punishment for not doing it. Because
Right,
it's probably going to take another 8 years to come back up there. But no, what it is then, because Dr. Cog is getting this as federal money.
Right.
And some state matching money from some taxes at the state level. And so what it is the next project doesn't have time to do their design and construction before the cycle ends. So they're saying we need to know now, because if you're not going to, Boulder needs to decide if they can.
well, I mean, I think it's kind of silly not to accept it then, if that's the case, and then move forward with getting the other pieces in line. Do you know what I mean? And potentially, if we realize that if we're not going to be able to do that second project of Broadway, because really, I mean, the multimodal trail from town to the Eastern Corridor is, I mean, I think that's inexpensive enough that we could do that without much of a problem. But the Broadway project would be huge in the transformation, I think, of town, because it would allow for a front on that east traveling direction for buildings. God, I'm tired. So I think it would be a really big deal if we could swing it. I think it would really make a big difference to the whole downtown area. And I think it would be silly to pass it up at this point when it's so early in. If all we have to do is say, yes, we want them, we're going to, and then try and make it happen. I don't see why we wouldn't.
Administrator Simonson, in your opinion, how much can legitimately be taken out of the parks budget to help with this $393,000?
Well, you haven't budgeted for next year yet, but if we were looking at the 2021 budget, the Parks Fund has a fund balance of right now, after your 3 months reserves, you still have 200,000 there under parks. And then at the end of this year, we have 1,400,000 in reserves, not including enterprise funds. So, I mean, because you can legitimize, whatever. You could even legitimize enterprise funds if you wanted to, because there's probably going to be lighting involved. There's going to be, we're going to have to move the irrigation along the depot lot. So and probably along Sandstone too. I mean, it's really whether or not the board wants, to see this kind of transformation, because this project, if we resubmit it, probably will not arise if they're 4-year cycles for at least 9 more years.
It would make a huge difference, if I recall, in the traffic flow, from what the engineer was saying last time we discussed this, of how fast people would drive down that way. So it would substantially increase safety, and
it also cleans up the alley on the north side of Broadway. Just so you guys know, the CDOT right-of-way there is way back to the back of like Flappy's. It's where, if you go by there again, it's where the telephone poles are. it's very, very wide, the CDOT right of way. And so they're willing to work, it includes some improvements to make that a delivery lane so that delivery trucks have a way to get up in there safely and not compete with parallel parking and other things on the north side as well. It cleans that part up as well.
Well, I support both projects, and I think that we're going to have to rely on both your expertise and the staff's expertise to get as much grant funding as we can to help us with this. And that's my position. Mayor
Quick
Pro.
question. I have a question.
Go
I
ahead.
meant to ask this earlier. Of the three businesses that are listed in the memo, Clark's Hardware, Spirit Hounds, and Blue Mountain Stone, do some or all of those leases have provisions in those leases that upon 90 days notice or whatever it is, the town can access the leased property for trails?
All but Clark's.
All but Clark's. Clark's had this long-term lease.
Clark's lease was signed long ago and then renewed for 25 years. So when you're talking about potential condemnation actions, that would really be with respect to Clark's. But Spirit Hounds and Blue Mountain, we have the existing legal right to access our property that's leased to them to put the trail in.
That's correct.
In the ditch companies, I mean, would be other condemnation target potentially. I mean, we wouldn't want to do that, but that would be the other reason to be looking towards condemnation.
Yeah, the thought of litigating a condemnation against a ditch company is a little bit daunting, but I guess it could be done.
I've been assured it's been done successfully for trails projects. I inquired into that the last time this came up. So,
you know, one of the other things that came up about these grants is CDOT has already reviewed them and given preliminary approval for both. So we don't have those hurdles as much either. When you submit them, CDOT has to sign off on them. So we would also have them in a partner with both of these projects. Might be able to offer some more assistance to us when it comes to leveraging that, you know, this is also a state project. I don't know if that is good or bad, but they'd be partners we didn't have before.
Again, we'll go through the board. Your opinion, Trustee Wong?
I support both projects, but not at the detriment of our town roads.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I support both projects. I'd be more comfortable knowing about what Highland is going to blackmail us for this time before we go forward, but I support both of them.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Reluctantly, I'm not in favor of going forward with the trail project until we have some parameters from the ditch companies. The other one, that's a tough priority choice. I think the broader interest of the town in the long run is supported by redoing Broad Street, adding the parking. And I think I think at least some of it will come at the expense of paving streets. But if we communicate that to citizens and let them know what we're going to do, don't hide it from them, then I'm in favor of that project.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller?
I'm in favor of both, depending on what Highland Ditch is requiring of us, of course, on that one. And I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning about getting some public input on the Broadway corridor. So, yeah.
Trustee Carafas?
I'm fully for the Broadway improvements. I would like to see, as Commissioner Simonson indicated, getting creative with our different funds, lighting, pathways, parks, everything, other grants. I know, Ken, you're concerned about our roads, but I come from a town where I was born and raised that I am still driving over as I go visit frequently. Holes have been patched for 25 years, and the town of Lincoln refuses to fix roads. Actually, our roads here are actually pretty good compared to where I have to drive on every month. I go back and check on my parents. Just horribly rough. So yeah, our roads are rough, but compared to other towns I spend time in, our staff does a pretty good job maintaining what we've got, and our bad ones like Second Avenue are as bad as where I'm on. But no, you call that 300,000 for that? No, I don't want to see us do that. I'd rather see the 125 we have from the bridge used at the Broadway. While I am in favor of the trails, my concerns match Mayor Pro Tem Browning's that just dealing with the ditch company and getting bogged down with the leverage they have and what they've done to us in the past, I'm concerned about. I support both projects, but I'm definitely 100% on the Broadway improvements and about 50 on the trails, just because of the reasons I stated before. The ditch companies, once we do get it built, how long does it just end at the bridge at 36? So I'd rather see the economic development side of Broadway and the trails through town and Highway 7 connecting up to the trailheads that we have up there that our visitors and some of us use.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan.
I'm in favor of telling Dr. Cog that we're in favor of both projects. I share everybody's concerns about the funding, and I also have a lot of confidence in staff to get grants. You know, if past is prologue, they do a great job. So hopefully we don't have to trade potholes for anything. I would love to see a sidewalk on my street eventually, but I think these are great projects.
Thank you. I support both projects as well. And like I said, don't even put us in a position, Administrator Simonson, of the Highland Ditch, knowing that we have a project that we're dependent on them for. Just negotiate, the right-of-way with them. I mean, they'll probably know, but, just don't put us in a vulnerable position. And with the last two negotiations that went much better, I think you can get that done. And I also think that you and the staff can get funding and grants. It's one of your expertises that continues to amaze me, to be perfectly honest with you. So I have all the confidence in the world that we can do the Broadway Avenue improvements without sacrificing the condition of the streets to the extent that we have to worry about it. And I also agree with the Mayor Pro Tem in that the public should be included and advised that this is the direction that we'd like to go. Is it the direction that they would like to go? And because we serve them and their opinion is very valuable to at least this member of the Board of Trustees. So I think you have the direction of the board. Administrator Simonson, do the best you can in regard to the negotiation with Highland. See what kind of grants you can get, what funds we can use to alleviate the costs of the Broadway Avenue improvements so that we don't have to sacrifice the condition of the streets. Okay?
Yes, and if Dr. Cog says the next step is a resolution, entering this agreement with them, then I'll try to hold a public meeting on Zoom in the meantime, just to get a feel for the first step of public input. When we did this a few years ago, It was real positive, but people have changed and now streets have gotten worse. So we'll see. But I think that is the next step after a verbal that yes, we're interested in accepting the grant fund and completing these projects by 2023. Then I think the next step for them is a resolution by the board.
You have got to get us information in regard to Highland. We've discussed that for the last 2 weeks.
I know. Nothing happens in the last 2 weeks.
I knew that the
I've been
board.
here every day. And
I knew that the board would be concerned about that. That needs to be done. You need to bring us some positive information in regard to that, and then
they have a change in their board as well.
Then I think it's clear sailing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A discussion on defining and adopting virtual meeting rules of decorum to January 4. Okay, we moved it. All right. Would you like to, since these are your recommendations, Administrator Simonson, would you like to present?
These weren't necessarily my recommendations. These were just recommendations we picked up from other communities, and listening to Trustee Rogan was really the impetus behind this. And I don't know if she wants to, you want to steer the discussion or you want me to?
Oh, I'm happy to. Thank you. So yeah, many other municipalities during COVID have adopted rules of decorum for Zoom meetings, mostly based on security issues where people were Zoom bombing and also, maybe not using very professional language. So it seemed like a good idea to talk about them and codify them in some way, since unfortunately we're going to be doing this again for the next little while. It's going to be a while. And after the Lion's Den public hearing, it became clear to me that I feel it's really important to have people at least register for Zoom with their first and last names, their real names, so that we can know who's on the call. If we were having these kinds of public hearings and chambers at town hall, people's would be there with their faces and we could see them and know who they are. On Zoom, you can't. So it's easy for people to hide. And I just think that it's just good policy and good practice to make sure that people register with their first and last name when they attend a Zoom meeting. If they want to be anonymous, they can watch these on YouTube, just like people could watch them on the town website previous to COVID. The other recommendations, I think, just make sense, and I think it's just good to make them, just to codify them and make them public knowledge.
Actually, to be honest with you, when we have meetings in the council chambers, people under audience business do have to register. They do have to register with their names and addresses. So I think that that's an excellent suggestion. I don't, for some reason, I can't find the list. Was there anything else that was of, let me just say, grave concern?
We could have the clerk put the list up on the screen if you'd like.
Oh, that'd be great.
Can you see them?
Yes.
maybe the first step is to see if there's a desire by the board to adopt such, to consider such rules. And then if so, go through them or add to them or put it in a full resolution if that's what's going to be needed.
And the important thing to keep in mind about these types of restrictions, which are enforceable, is just they need to be published in advance, serve some sort of legitimate government purpose, and they must be equally applied to people, no matter who they are. And so just keep that in mind as you think about things that we would like to do. I mean, certainly almost every municipality has some sort of rules of decorum for whether it be a virtual meeting or a regular meeting that are usually published. I know that towns kind of resisted that in the past to some degree. But just keep those kind of basic things in mind as we consider this type of a policy.
Well, the only thing that I see on this list that I might object to is the chat function. I've always disabled the chat function because I feel that, and it even states here, that the chat function is not applicable, is not communicated to every single board member. And if it's communicated to a single board member at a time in a meeting that is not germane to the discussion that's going on, if we were in a meeting in the council chambers, that would be out of order. You can't do that. And the other thing is one shouldn't, I feel, be communicating singly with anybody in the public during the meeting. So I would have a hard time, for instance, if we were all on the dais and I saw somebody with their phone messaging, I would ask them, I'm sorry, but I would ask them, could you please share what you're discussing with the rest of the board? That is the definition to me of a board of trustees, is that we all are privy to all of the information all of the time, equally. Yeah. So with the exception of that, I don't have any problem with anything else on this.
So Mayor Angelo, I agree with you. And I think the specific chat section here relates to technical support. So for example, you can set up the Zoom settings so that only the person running the meeting, which could be Dolores or whoever is in control of the controls, gets the chat message. So in that event, somebody could, for example, send Clerk Vasquez a message saying, I would like to speak, but you're not seeing my hand, or there's trouble with the audio. So that's the only, so nobody else in the meeting would see any chat message except the person who is running the meeting, if that makes sense.
Okay, I had assumed that, I'm sorry, I had assumed that perhaps somebody, for instance, if I was hosting the meeting, that I would be privy to a chat function, but I'm not technologically able to do that efficiently. But if that's the case, then, and that did happen at the Lions Den meeting, there were many people who couldn't get online, and maybe so many people on the screen that it was hard to recognize anybody that actually wanted to speak. And so I don't have a problem with that. If it's specific to that, I don't have a problem with it at all. What I do have a problem with, and I absolutely agree with these new rules are fake addresses, fake names, language that's out of line. And I know it's a thin line, Counselor, being threatened with damnation. You know, I lost my patience. And, you know, somebody starts screaming at me online, I lose my patience. So I hope I wasn't out of line in that regard. But I think that absolutely people should have to register to be able to address the Board of Trustees. Is there any problem with that, Counselor?
I would just maybe add to that first bullet point something, and we can work on this if the board decides to move forward with a resolution about things that, you know, that activities that disrupt or delay, interfere, you know, threaten, you know, just kind of expand upon that list. Because the important thing whenever you set restrictions on what is otherwise a public forum, creating a limited forum, is that they have to be, everyone has to know the rules of the game ahead of time in order to enforce them. And so I would just probably add to that list a little bit to encapsulate some other reasons why someone may be muted. But I think conceptually you can do it. You have to be pretty careful about it. I said Boulder has been sued multiple times, has lost multiple times over this, about people showing up naked at council meetings, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a rule published in advance, then you may not be able to enforce it, put it that way.
I understand. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. And if anybody wants to add anything and send it to Counselor so that he could incorporate it into a resolution, then we'll move forward on it if it's the pleasure of the board. Okay. Is that all right with everybody?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem has his hand raised.
Excuse me.
I had one question for Trustee Rogan or whoever. I don't understand the section about no video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers, presenters. All others will participate by voice only. Seems like we would want people to be able to see their faces. I mean, otherwise somebody could put a fake name on the screen or something like that. I mean, what's the reasoning?
So the way it is now, if you'll notice, and I think this is traditional as far as traditional can go for online meetings like this, is that the seated body has their video on, and then if people address the seated body, they turn their video on. Otherwise, they keep their video off. And the reason for that is bandwidth. It takes up much more bandwidth to have your video on, and it's also distracting. Right.
Okay, I didn't understand the invited speakers. So you mean people who are speaking in audience business, for example, it's okay for them to turn their video on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure what that meant. Okay. Yeah.
So anybody can offer a counselor any additional information, and then we'll discuss it when it is brought before us in a resolution form. I think we're done. Is there anybody that would like to speak about anything else at all? No, I'll entertain a motion to.
I have a future agenda item.
Oh, what did I forget?
Future agenda items.
Oh.
I'll be brief. So there's that's okay. The trail that goes up from the cemetery down to the top of Stickney, Seward. So Ian Brighton was kind enough to take a jog up there and let me know that there are indeed some no trespassing signs up, and that the trail does go on partially private property. So I'd like to discuss whether we want to talk to the property owner about that. It's a really lovely social trail. And so Ian, and Victoria, I'll forward you what Ian sent me. He had some input into it from a parks perspective. So I'd like to see a discussion on that in the future agenda.
Yeah, it was always a social trail, and then some people abused it and started driving cars on it.
I find that hard to believe. It's a single track if we're talking about the same thing.
When you go into the cemetery and go to the left?
No. When you go into the cemetery, if you go to the right.
That's owned, that's
to the
actually
right.
a homeowners association.
I'll send you the map that Ian drew for
Okay.
me about it.
Because we looked at it but I thought you were talking the one to the left. That used to be a trail, and then people abused it and started driving over it. And then they put up a chain, the people who were in charge of it put a chain fence up so that that wouldn't happen. I don't think it was so much walking traffic that they mattered about. But if you're talking to the right, that's different.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you talking to Trustee Rogan, where you have to climb the fence or go through the fence then at the end of the cemetery when you go to the right?
No. There's no fence there. I'll send the map to Victoria and she can send it out. Maybe.
We'll gear it up for a general discussion.
Okay.
What is the discussion about approaching the property owner about letting people on their property?
Yep, or a potential easement for continuity of trails is what Ian thought we might consider talking to them about.
Okay.
Any other future agenda item requests? You can tell I wanted to go home. Summary of action items, Clerk Vasquez.
Victoria, you may have to help me with this. I've got a resolution, a potential resolution for the Dr. Cox funding for accepting that, a potential resolution for the rules of decorum, meet with City of Longmont to discuss Macintosh shares for the Main Street project, and that's all I have.
Administrator Simonson.
I've got some information here with Highland and some other work I need to do on those 2 grants. And then let's see what else I have here in yellow. I have setting up a Planet Bluegrass meeting with the new committee, and I'll wait to hear more about Honeywell. Historic preservation meeting with Planning Commission. Sounds like that needs to get scheduled. And I need to connect, Mr. Edding asked for me to connect him up with Tamburello, so that's on my list as well. So that's all I had.
Okay. Anybody else think of anything else that was excluded?
Oh, the Highway 7 letter, we need to get on the next agenda.
Okay, good. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn now.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Greg. Trustee Lowell has his hand up.
Okay, I'm sure there's no discussion. Could we please have the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Travis.
Aye.
And Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
Night.
Adjourned.
Don't forget, next meeting's Tuesday, not Monday.
All right.